started.
One sec. Don't type anything yet. Let me clear the chat log. Okay, you're ready to type.
Held control.
Oh, you did the... yeah. This house to our left, the small one, where's the door on that? I don't know if you described that one to us.
Let me see.
I'm guessing by the trail that it's on the right side of it, but
You can
Yeah,
type,
you think, right?
type that I look
Just
at the
look
building
at
to the
it.
east.
It's a... So we do act? Is that what we do for this?
Type, I look to the building to the east and then control enter.
Okay. Oh, I put west. Sorry. Oh, to the west or to the
Okay,
east?
What
to
is-
the west, yeah.
yeah, it's west. Yeah. Assuming
Oh,
north
okay,
is
okay.
You're making it a bit harder for me now because I have two different descriptions and I would have to, okay, hold on.
Okay. Well, I looked
No,
at both. I
don't
guess you
worry,
could
I can do it. I'm just saying, for future reference, look at
do
one
one at a
building
time.
at a time.
All right.
I look at everything that's around me all at once.
I spin in a 360 and look at everything.
Yeah, I spend
And then I
hours
look up
looking and taking
at
it
the
all
sky.
in. While tripping on acid.
Don't type anything before I give you the description for the other one. Now that we're playing, I just want to remind Dan and Beak, if you can raise the volume of the music, of the sound, without, it being uncomfortable, do it. And then you're also free throughout the game to turn it up and down. So let's say that later I switch to the other music and you want to turn it up and down. It's up to you throughout the game to keep that music as high as possible, but without it giving you a headache or without you not being able to listen to the other music.
All right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It makes a difference if you can hear if the viewer, and if to me it makes a huge difference to be able to hear these these waves.
I'm gonna wait at the door for you guys.
Tell us. One thing I was wondering too with all these sessions about my character is that I have a wisdom of 6, and so I'm wondering, am I supposed to act reckless? Should I be the one going in first? I mean, if I act this way, I'm gonna get killed, obviously, but I am unwise. I have little common sense, right? So
I guess
By
it
the
depends
way,
on your character's
something
personality.
I want to tell you guys.
Really?
If
Okay.
you look, I moved the token number 5 between the two buildings because these buildings are pretty much identical. So the
Oh, okay.
description is the same for both of them, and I'm sending you the notes for the colony. You should, at the top of this note, there's a blue ribbon. You should pull this ribbon down into one of the hotbar slots, so you can get that whenever you want.
I'm gonna have it down there.
Yep.
Okay,
Go
I just
ahead,
did that.
Hayden. I interrupted you. You were saying something.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just saying that. So, my character has a wisdom of 6, which I assume means that he's lacking in common sense. He's reckless. He does things without thinking. So, I mean, this would imply things like, for example, instead of like earlier, the last session, I'd say things like, "Hey, Kilos, take point. Let's be cautious." It doesn't seem like something that someone who lacks common sense would do. Like, I should be barging through the door acting
Okay,
stupid.
let me tell you something now. This is an initial D&D for since 1974. It's easy to role play somebody who has low dexterity, low strength, low constitution, but to role play a moron, nobody really does that. First of all, I would never play in a group with morons. So that means, everybody would have to have a minimum intelligence and a wisdom of, I don't know what, 12 or something. But that doesn't happen,
Yep.
If we wanted to make the game harder, we would force people to role play their intelligence and wisdom, but we're not doing this at the time. I don't know if we get really good at role playing and at tactics, maybe in the future we'll think about it. But for the time being, we are only going to use intelligence, wisdom, and charisma for Pathfinder roles, for gaming roles.
Yep.
We're not going to use it unless I tell you, unless it's something blatant. Otherwise, forget about the scores for your role play, unless you want to. Unless it's something charming, like Arcos is the druid. He has very low intelligence, and he doesn't play like a complete moron, but he doesn't play very intellectual either, so it's fine. But don't, think about it now. The other problem is that there's only 4 players. That's a small number, really. Like if we had like 5 or 6 players, there will be more chances of like 2 or 3 of them being good with tactics. But we only have 4. So if only one person is going to come forward and say, "Hey guys, let's pay attention to tactics." But what if that person happens to have low intelligence and wisdom? Then we're going to castrate the only person who can take charge.
Right.
Because not everybody in a team wants to take charge. Some people just want to hang out back and throw their spells, and other people want to take charge. And so, because we're only 4, the chances of getting one who's good with tactics and wants to take charge, they're fairly small. And then if we hobble him with the wisdom and intelligence problem, then we're fucked. So, TLDR, get all these numbers for your role playing. Let's go.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Not for your role playing so much, but for the tactics of the team, which is it's vital. Without this, we can't play the fucking game.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with what you're saying. Like, for little silly things, I'll try it. But like, if it's a situation where if I act unwisely, like I'll literally get killed and the campaign's screwed. Like, I won't do that. Yeah, exactly. So I agree.
Put something here.
Okay, so
I'm gonna write how I enter. Hold on.
I'm gonna hold you there for a sec so I can read something I'll be back in a sec.
Yep.
So you enter. Go ahead and.
Let me mark something. Let me write something first. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'll do this first before I go in.
Are you hitting enter before you type or something? Because it's the way it formats your messages. It puts it on another line, or is that a Fantasy Grounds update or something? Because I think last time it was always after the colon, not on the new line.
You're asking me?
No, I'm just asking. I'm asking. I guess Tangier, but I noticed everyone.
I guess it's not. I guess if it's short enough.
Yeah,
it's
that's
on
what
the
it
same
seemed
line.
like. Shadrick's line was on the same line.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember last game it would just wrap. It was always after the colon. At least that's my.
Yeah, I'm
memory.
not hitting enter. I think it's just moving it to the next because it's too long.
Yep.
Okay. Roll a perception check, Dan.
All right. I always roll terribly,
That's
even
+7
with my
though.
crazy bonus.
There are no barrels, no barrels at all.
You
So yeah,
don't
that's
see
why
anything.
this perception check should not have been public. It should have been hidden, so
Yeah.
that I tell you that there's no,
I mean, it's still not bad, but it's not like great either. Oh, hold on.
I'll tell you what the problem is, guys. My problem is that I want to roll some hidden rolls, but if I roll them in the chat log, then you'll see that I rolled something. If I roll them outside the chat log, the problem is if you have a map pinned to your screen, you cannot. It does not allow you to roll dice over it. I have to unpin the map, roll the dice, and pin it again. And because the map is so big, it takes time. It's just so annoying. I wish I had some real dice in front of me, but I don't. And it's just terrible. I don't know why they did it this way. It's just
You have a light cantrip, don't you? I think.
Oh, yeah, sorry, hold on.
so. Do you know how to do it, Big?
I don't.
Okay. So go in your character sheet. Pull up your character sheet and go in the last tab, actions.
All right.
And if you scroll to the bottom, you'll find light.
Oh yeah, I see it.
And first thing you want to do is type, I cast light on my, I think, where did you want to cast it? On your sword or something?
Sure.
Have you done this? Have you cast the spell before?
No, never.
Okay, so hit the blue ribbon to the right so you can read the description.
Should I click it?
You see the word light in the spell?
Yeah.
right
I
there?
see the light and.
To the right, there is a blue ribbon, right, at the end of the line.
Yeah.
Click that.
All
Read
right.
the description.
Yeah. All right.
So you have to choose a target. You can choose it on a object in the room, but then it won't move around. But if you cast it on your sword, for example, it will move around with your sword. So everybody in the other groups, they cast it on their staff, on the morning star, something like that.
So, maybe I cast light on my sword. That's fine, or great sword. Right.
So I cast light on my great sword. Control enter.
Okay.
That's the first step. There's two more steps. The second step is to the left of the light, there is a little circle. Click that circle.
All right.
And the last step is to the right of light, there's a die, a red die. Click the die. Okay. And then it's up to me to describe it. if you look in the description of the spell, it says 10 minutes per level. So right now it will last 10 minutes. We assume if you're going to stay here for more than 10 minutes, we assume that every 10 minutes you cast it again. You see what I'm saying? You're not going to have to keep telling me over and over. But if you go out and, more than 10 minutes faster, you go in another building, you're going to have to
Cast it again.
and try to because it's too much for me to remember, try for you to remember it, so that next time you cast it, you tell me instead of me having to tell you, or instead of everybody completely forgetting about it. It's not a huge deal if you forget it, but it's better, it will look, the chat log will look more realistic if you remember. If some of us, really, it's not, also the other players, I mean, it's not like the rogue has much to remember, or the ranger, so. Okay, so there's light in here now, so if you do any perception checks or anything, there won't be any.
All right. Let's see.
Let me type one note, by the way. Kelos's perception check. So I think there was a -2 or a maybe even -4. I'm not sure for your last perception check. So instead of 11, it would have been something like, I don't know, 9 or so. I'm gonna fix that in the chat log later. So that's me giving myself a note. Okay. You cannot do a diagonal move through a door. You have to, I'm talking to Beak, you have to pass through Kellos.
Well, I'm going to move farther in because I'm doing more of a search. So
you can definitely pass through characters, just don't stay on their square. Okay, so now I'm going to stop you guys. That means you stop because I need to read something. I'll be with you in 2 minutes.
It's under attack.
Music hasn't
Again.
changed. That's not possible.
That's exactly where the dragon will land. He will land.
He lands on the house, it just crushes it. We're all dead.
Wait, here in this campaign, we get experience points for fighting monsters, or no?
Yeah, I should have given you experience for the. I'm not giving you experience yet. You know why? Because you haven't leveled up. So even if I gave you the experience, you wouldn't have anything to do with it, right? But one of the things that I want to start doing is I want to start giving it to you. You know, the last time, it's the first time that I gave you items with the party sheet. So I want to start giving you XP with the party sheet. And I thought about giving you the XP for the last battle at the beginning of the session, but I want the XP to be in the other chat log, not in this chat log, in the last chat log. So that XP is going to be added by me on the chat log, and any more XP you gain this time, I'm going to try to figure out how to give it to you through the party sheet, and then so that the chat log is going to show it to you. Now, what we have to do now is okay, so I want everybody to roll perception now.
I'm scared. Of course. Rolling low.
Okay. One sec. Yeah. So I made a mistake. These rolls should have happened before you lit the room.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Damn it, every time. Will there ever be an empty house?
Yeah, the one that we slept in.
I guess that's true, but that was outside.
Yep.
So
I hear the music and I just start hacking at everything.
We have to find the source of the music in the room. It's probably a boombox
Yeah.
in the corner. Destroy it.
I'm like, not again!
bot having trouble. So what I'm gonna do eventually is I've done this for another of the campaigns. All this stuff is gonna go on Sirenscape, so we're not gonna be using the bot anymore in the future. I just need to spend the time to put all this stuff in Sirenscape. I finally figured out exactly how to put it, and they don't seem to give a shit about copyright. So
Yeah, that's good.
there is a problem though. They do give a shit about the size of the file. So when it's just music for 5 minutes, it's fine. But these tracks, the beach and this track are 1 hour each, and they won't accept like 40 megabyte files. So actually, now that I think about it, I could break it down into smaller pieces and but then Sirenscape will not join them. I might have. There's more programs. It's not just Sirenscape. So yeah, I'll have to explore that. So I do think that they have surprise.
Cockroaches are attacking us.
So did he fail to notice it, or did we all fail to notice it?
We all did, I think.
Yeah, if it was dark, it makes sense.
Yeah, like if it was a -4 and the DC was 15, we would have all failed.
Yep.
Oh wow, that size.
That looks a little big. It's just a swarm, I guess. It's just a swarm.
Can you see them now? No, right?
Yeah,
No, not
weird.
anymore. It's gone now.
Okay, I have an issue. This enemy has some traits that you're not supposed to know. But when I turn it on, I think you can see the traits on the
On the tracker?
on the tracker and on the token. So you're not supposed to be able to see the traits. In any case, the thing about it, well, it says here, I don't know how to pronounce it, diminutive, or when it means very small. How do you pronounce it?
Diminutive.
Diminutive, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So here it says diminutive, but on the tracker is massive. It's bigger than.
Each individual cockroach is diminutive, but the swarm is massive.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's what it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're telling me that the swarm, because the storm has its own size, that it's different. I don't know. I
Does
think
it
that the
function as
diminutive.
like one monster?
I only have
That
one
might be
monster,
why.
and it's called Cockroach Swarm.
Yeah,
So
that's what
why
it
is
is.
it telling me diminutive? It should be, but it has in parenthesis Swarm. So maybe the parenthesis
Yeah.
is what.
Yeah, I think you guys are right. It's trying to say that each individual creature is diminutive, but the whole swarm is massive, and it functions as one like big creature, I guess.
Okay, so I gave you another little box that describes it.
Well, we're dead.
Let me see for a second. I just want to see because the adventure doesn't seem to have any graphics for it, but I want to see if the Pathfinder rule set.
I remember reading about this last night. I was checking over the book. So I found the page. 25 diminutive creatures or 100 fine creatures can fit into a single square. So if there fits 2 by 2, that's quite a lot, unless they're spread out.
We're just gonna have to burn everything. Burn everything.
Set the garlic on fire.
Like in the video game, you have to deal with swarms. I think they were spiders, one of the earlier dungeons.
In what game?
And a Pathfinder Kingmaker video game.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. There is a graphic for Cockroach Storm for the second edition Pathfinder. Swarms.
And in the cover of Chapter 7 in the core rulebook, you can see some cockroaches.
In which book?
In the core rulebook.
Which page?
In page... which page is this? 164.
Okay.
It's the cover of Chapter 7.
How did you find it? You just searched in the book?
You knew that?
No, I looked for cockroach.
Oh yeah, I see what you're
word.
talking about, the graphic. There's little rat men fighting you, and then there's some in the
Yeah.
background.
And then in the next
Oh,
page...
there's a couple of I see a couple. Mostly rats though, but I do see a few. We can definitely use. Let me see. We can definitely use the graphics from the second edition. It's not like between first and second the cockroaches change.
This would be about the same, I would imagine. It's just the rules really that change mostly.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, really quickly, I'm gonna put it in the game. I'm pretty good at doing this quickly now. Oh, okay. Well, check it out. And you can have it there on your screen somewhere on the side. Put it as an illustration. It didn't take long to find it and put it in, so I'm happy about that. You know what I could also do? Let's take another because I have a tool here. Dan, I should give you this tool. It's a tool that makes tokens from images.
That is cool.
And it's super convenient. Like it does it very quickly, and I should be able to just drop the token on the thing really fast.
Flying cockroach is even worse.
I do have a problem now. That Okay, it's a quick and dirty job, but it should do the trick.
Looks like I was right. This place is infested with critters.
Okay, I fixed it though. I fixed it, but okay, I think I have to delete the one that I have on the screen and re-add it. Yeah, that's how it's have to be. Yes, and now it looks pretty cool, I think. Let me see really quickly. Boom, there you go. The problem is, uh, it has a. Can you see it really quickly?
Yeah.
Yep.
It
Yeah.
has. I'm hiding it again. I don't want you to see the status. It has a transparent background, but I don't think actually that's the why is that a problem? You see the it's actually realistic. So we're good. I'm not gonna reveal. You know where it is? Well, I don't know where it is actually. I think it's everywhere, but we'll see how. Like, where would you strike at it? That's the problem.
Yeah, we would
But
need like fire or something.
you
I
know,
don't know how we can easily
so
strike at it.
We use our shoes.
let me first roll initiative. Roll on initiatives. Okay, so we're all the initiatives, but I do think it has a surprise round on you guys. That's the thing. I do think it has a surprise on you. Um, yeah, that's what the perception was. The adventure doesn't specifically speak about surprise. It just says that you get a perception roll against its stealth. By the way, it rolled 29, and your rolls were it has basically plus 14 to stealth. So it rolled 15 plus 14, 29. So
Wow.
there's no way any of you saw it. I don't even think it's mathematically possible for you guys to see it. Oh, plus remember that those checks were before the light spell. Let me type that as well. Uh, so you also get a minus because of the bloom. Okay, so that's done. The thing with all these encounters here is that every single one of these creatures that you guys meet has special needs, special fucking things. It's not like the other
Special
campaign
needs
where
creatures.
Yeah, I like
where
that.
they only have fucking goblins and it's just goblins after goblin after goblin. Here, every single one is unique, and it's good though because I'm learning. I'm learning the game. But okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna pull its description.
Well, something I just remembered, although it wouldn't have mattered, but don't I get a perception bonus because of my familiar?
Because of your what?
Because of the hawk my familiar?
It
I
does
think I
give
get
you
a
a perception bonus, yeah.
yeah. I noticed it wasn't
But
applied.
I think it's only if he can see it. Like if
Oh
he's
right.
not inside,
Yeah.
it probably doesn't apply. I don't think.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, it says in bright light.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Where does it say that? Is it in the description of your hawk?
It's in Pathfinder classes for wizard, page 82. Hawk master gains +3 bonus on
Page,
sight-based and
page,
opposed
page,
perception
page,
check. I'm sorry,
page.
page 82. So I get a +3 bonus in bright light and sight-based perception.
Yeah, and in the other campaign, because he has an owl, Chef gets a +3 on in darkness or shadows. You have the hook, you get on side base, in bright light, so only outside. So it's up to you to remind me. I'll try to remember it, but there's just too many things. When there's a perception check in bright light, you have to tell me. I get a +3.
Okay.
But in here, definitely you didn't get it. So
Yeah.
okay, it has a bunch of. Okay. It definitely gets around in all of you. How do I? There's got to be a way to indicate surprise round in Fantasy Grounds. Since we're doing this, let me Google it. Attacks of opportunity, you hit shift to indicate them. Surprise attack Fantasy Grounds. Let's see, there's got to be some way. No, there doesn't seem to be. Nope, there doesn't seem to be. So anyway, round first, I'm gonna go straight to the swarm. Attack here. Okay. Let me see who they're gonna attack. They're gonna attack whoever first bothers them.
I don't want to die.
I just want to see because they have some special abilities. Before I just roll a generic attack. I should be rolling instead. S is special attack, right?
What is?
Which one?
SA.
I think. Well, SP used to be special. I think. I don't know.
I think SP is spell like.
Oh, spell like. You're right. Yeah, they keep changing them.
Yeah, SA. I'm not sure. Check.
Yeah, I think I got it. Okay. This is invisible to you guys, right? So I'm gonna turn invisible now. But it does show you that you got hit, right?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Oh my.
Every creature in this town does so much damage.
Yeah. So he's down to 5 hit points. No, he's down to.
Yeah, I'm down to 5, I think, because I had one already.
Wait. Oh, you had one already. That's why. Okay.
Yeah, I had 1 point.
But we're not done yet.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Roll fortitude.
Fortitude.
Save. Yeah.
See if you get the black
Where'd they
plague or not.
hide that? Oh, there it is. Fortitude. Of course, roll super low.
The sad rolls.
It's tradition at this point.
So the DC is definitely higher than. I don't even have to calculate the DC. It's way higher than what you rolled. And you are okay. I have to type something.
Grow into my brain and control me. That would suck.
Okay, there you go. Oh my god, I thought I clicked control. I'm gonna put the condition now.
I'm incapacitated. Oh no. Well, guys, you're gonna have to deal with these without me.
Just have to burn the whole place with you in it. I guess.
No.
You're infected.
Are you immune
Sorry.
to
You
Okay,
get
fire?
fired.
stop speaking. Stop speaking now.
Yeah.
Killers cannot speak. Anybody else can, if you want, say 2 short sentences or 1 long sentence. You can type it, hit enter, not control, just enter. I just need to find the nauseated. I found it, the condition.
I'm not knocked out or anything. I'm just like heaving and retching so
Yes,
much that I can't do anything. Okay.
And I've given you the, let me see, I've given you, you can definitely not speak though.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Just you guys, it's cool, this you know, colorful screams and everything, but you know that it's a tactical tool for you to coordinate. So if you keep, you know, talking like women, oh my god, vermin.
I am a bard. I mean, you know. That's true, Mr. Morkface.
So now so the way I understand it, Dan, is the swarm is its initiative is between yours. So first is Tobias, then Jabal, then Matthias, then the swarm, then Shadrick, then Kelos. Now that the swarm has played, I go to the beginning of the tracker, right?
Yeah, I think so. Because
Okay.
it's like there's a surprise round.
Okay, exactly.
So now go back to the beginning.
So I'm playing the hook now, and the hook just basically flutters around outside, and then boom.
So what I don't understand is that how do you attack this thing? I mean, it's
Yeah.
just it's
So
right.
I think that Dan knows, maybe because he said some stuff, because he's played these games before, and you don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not dumb. You can see that you cannot fire an arrow at a swarm.
Right. Yeah. Obviously. Right.
So the question is, do you have anything on you, or do you have any skill that can? I'm gonna help you a little bit because you know you might people might die now. So I'm gonna. I don't know if I told you last time. You're playing the tutorial Battlegrounds now. The tutorial lasts at least 250 hours. 250 hours is about average for a campaign to finish. So until you finish one campaign, maybe 2, you're playing a tutorial, and I'm giving you some hints. That doesn't mean, you know, you may still die with my hints,
Right.
but you know, you got to learn the game. So first, you think Dan cannot speak now. Maybe in the next round, but he cannot speak now. your bow is useless. Obviously, your sword is useless. The question is, do you have anything on you that you think might be useful? So I'm gonna give you a minute to go through your skills. You don't have spells, your inventory, and then you decide if you have anything. The others can speak now, though. So hold on a second. It was a surprise round. So the surprise round, you cannot speak because you were surprised. So the two sentences that have been spoken already are in this round. So in this round, Chadrick has one more small sentence, and Jubal has another small sentence, and Matthias has one long sentence or two small ones. So if you wanna try to give him help, you can do it right now. You don't have to wait for your turn to speak. You can speak whenever you want. And I'll give you about a minute, and you'll tell me what you think you're gonna do, and then I'll see if I'll have to give you more advice.
Yep.
Let's say something else. Listen, I'm gonna make the cohort swarm visible, but I don't want you mousing over its. Fuck it, I'm not gonna make it visible. It's a swarm anyway. It's everywhere, so there's no point. Okay, we're waiting for you.
Oops.
Do I have enough time to do it? Well, if I did like a knowledge check, I could only probably learn a little bit in this amount of time.
What kind of check?
Like Arcana, I guess, or which one is for monsters?
Oh, I see. I see what you want to do. Interesting. So can you do this in the middle of the battle? That's the question.
Right. I wouldn't. I don't. Even if I could, I'd probably learn a very small amount. It's not much time to think about it.
The question is, how long? I wonder if this check is what you can see right now or what you know from. Because if it's just for to check what you already know, then it's instantly available in your head.
Right.
But okay, let me check it. I think it's what you already know. It says a successful check allows you to remember a bit of useful information. So it's things you already know. So if you want, the question is, do you lose your round for it, or is it? Look, if you don't have spells, do you?
I do. Yeah.
You do have spells.
Yep.
In
I was
first
looking
level? At first level?
Yeah, I have 0 in first level spells.
Okay. Let me see what you got, because definitely spells is something that you could try. I'm not saying it's gonna work, but it's definitely more chances of working than a sword or a.
Yeah,
so let me look
absolutely.
at this. You have grease, you have sleep.
Thing is, if I cast grease, I think it's going to affect us. Like, we're all going to possibly slip and fall and then be with the cockroaches. I don't even know if it has an effect on insects.
What about sleep? Is that gonna affect?
Yeah, it affects up to 4 hit dice of creatures. I don't know what, this is obviously a big swarm of creatures, so I'm not
By
sure.
the way, when I click on sleep next to your spell, the blue ribbon, I get nothing. Like
Yeah, I noticed that too. They're filled in for the 0 level spells, but not for the first level. I never touched any of this stuff, so just however it was filled in
I
initially.
wonder, okay, we have to figure out how to fix this at some point. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'll pull it up from the. 10-foot radius, 10-foot radius. So if the cockroaches are supposed to be everywhere. That's not gonna work. Even if it's in the corner. Well, you could, yeah, you could. If you say that the 10-foot radius is also outside the place, then that could work. So, and it says logical flamber 4 HD of creatures. So that sounds like it would work unless the cockroach has specific immunity, which I'm not gonna tell you. So again, it hinges around whether I will just say right now, this is not an easy encounter. That you might want to start thinking about running.
Yeah, I
I'm
get that,
saying-
but then I feel bad for my buddy. I'm not sure what I can do
no,
for him.
definitely, that's
Yeah.
an issue. That's an issue. You don't know how long that's gonna last. I haven't told you how long that's gonna last. It could be around. It could be longer. And even if it's just around, he might get attacked again. And obviously, if he gets attacked again, then maybe there'll be another round of the sickness. So he might just die in here. You could, however, grab him and take him out. That's an option. I think that the most likely person right now, I mean, you know, it's common sense what I'm telling you right now. The most likely person right now to be able to damage this thing is the wizard, Jameson, with his magic missiles.
Right.
I haven't even checked if it works, and that's better, but it might be worth a try. The rest of you, I don't know. Let me see what's the rest of you might be able to or might not be able to, but it's a. Okay, so one at a time. The question is, can he? What do you think, Dan? Can he do an Arcana check and attack? And move?
Normally, I don't think you not if he's gonna move. Also, usually it's just 2 of the 3. Like technically, if you're doing a standard action, it would be either attacking or using a skill.
I see. So the skill would be his standard action, and then he would also have a move action.
Because if he needs to spend time, unless it's like a reflexive skill of some kind, but I don't know.
I
If
see
it
in
would
the table it says use skill that takes 1 action is a standard action. But it specifically says it. So if it's like
it would take up your standard action. Sounds like.
Where's tell me the table? Is it the action table?
Yeah, page 183, table 8-2 actions in combat.
183. Let me take a look. Because look, we've determined that this is a memory thing. Like you know something about the swarms. So if you know it, why would that cost an action? You're not spending time
You're not reading a book or studying or whatever.
Yeah, in that case, it seems like it would be like some sort of reflexive skill check where it just happens automatically.
That's why I think it says use skill that takes
like when
action.
you do a perception. Yeah, like if you do a perception check, usually it's not your action. It's like just called for. So,
tell me, which of the tables is it? Use skill that takes 1 action. Okay, I see it, and that's the standard action. Does it? Oh, and then. Full round action. There's another. It says skill that takes 1 round. It says usually move action. No, dude. You can. It's a free action. You can just roll a knowledge arcana.
Okay.
And anybody else who has it can also do the same when your turn comes.
We love our 4s.
Oh, that's not good.
these dice are clearly loaded.
Now, let's say that he doesn't know anything about the cockroach swarm. What if he meets another cockroach swarm a week later? Does he get another check?
I think it's a day. You can retry after a day, I think, or 24 hours. Check.
I think it depends.
But the question is, if you know anything or if you don't know anything, so in the intervening day, you learned something?
Could have remembered something. He might have been thinking about it.
I mean, yeah, to speak personally, like some other things I forget, and then a day later just suddenly pop in my head, like, oh yeah, that's what that guy's name was. I think I'm guessing it's like that. But if you obviously you can't keep checking repeatedly, that wouldn't make sense. But yeah, if it's been a day or something. Yeah, it doesn't. I'm checking that on the website. It doesn't say anything about how long you can do. I mean, it just says obviously that you can't retry it. It checks something instead of thinking about it a second time. But then, like you're saying, what if it's been a day or a week or something? Some skills will say like you cannot try this again for 24 hours.
Because in that case, if you cannot try again, that means I would have to have a list.
Yeah,
of every it would get quite.
That's why I've seen this with other skills that says 24 hours. That,
With
to
a
me,
lot of
what would you
skills,
say?
you can retry, but you get a penalty every time.
Right, yeah.
But
This one,
with some
knowledge
skills,
you can't retry.
with knowledge skills, it's different though.
Yeah, but the fact that you'd have to have a game, like an entire compendium of all times that you've checked something, you know.
The thing is, let's say that you fail to remember anything about this swarm, and then you meet them again, you meet another swarm like 3 days later, and then you roll, and that roll is successful. We could say that you learned something from the last encounter with. You see what I'm saying? That's where the new knowledge comes from. It comes from the earlier encounter. I just need now.
I'm seeing underneath, if you go to knowledge in the book, in the skills section, it does say action, usually none. In most cases, the knowledge check doesn't take an action. So I guess that kind of implies, like you're saying, it's just, you just think of it right away.
Okay. I just need the DC. It's 10 plus the monster CR, and you rolled a 9. So there doesn't seem to be any way,
I doubt it.
I wonder, should I type something? I don't see the point of typing something. You just roll and...
There's nothing popped in my head, yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, so now the question is, do you want to use some kind of spell or item, or do you want to run?
Do I have the strength to try to drag Kilos out, or can I not do that?
You have strength 10.
Even if I did, the cockroaches are on him. They'd probably get onto me then. Yeah, I don't know. That's why it's tough. I don't really know what I could do.
Yeah, I don't know about the dragging. If he was blinded, you could have just grabbed his hand and you could run out together, but he cannot run. So the thing is, if he run, would he get an attack of opportunity? I think he would. If he fell down, you could just, I don't know, grab his arm and pull. Look, off the top of my head, I would just do the strength check. But I think for like dragging him, for example, but for picking him up, I mean, you could still drag him. Like you put your arms around him and you just drag his legs. You don't have to completely, take him off the floor. Let me look at Shadrick. His strength is 12. He's a bit higher than yours. You have 10.
I have 1 bonus on strength.
Yes. I'm just looking at the number. Yeah. What do you think, Dan, about the dragging?
I guess it depends. Like, how far could he drag me, for example? I guess he just has to pull me up the stairs.
Yeah, the stairs were just, just a couple steps. It wasn't just, 3 feet, I think it said.
Yeah, I guess it would be, since it's not that far, I guess it'd be possible. It just depends on what the DC is. He could just, I guess, grab me and pull me out. At least just outside the door.
Okay, but I'm still thinking of in terms of second edition where you would just roll that strength check and you wanted the lowest number possible.
Well, it could be an athletics. Hold on. Because is there an athletics? Yeah, there is, right? Oh, acrobatics. Okay. What was the other one? Oh, there might be athletics. I just don't have it.
And could Shadrick and I work together on this? Like I could assist him during his turn.
Yeah, it's
Might
a
have.
good question. It's a good question. I think we could do it the same way you help somebody with reading, where he gets to
Right.
+2 on his bonus on something. We'll see. Let me see what the acrobatics says. No, acrobatics doesn't seem to be. I think this to me sounds like an act of pure strength. Just dragging somebody, the more strength you have, even if you don't know anything and if you have shit dexterity, if you're a big guy, a strong guy, you can just throw people around, grab them, and I think that's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
So I'm gonna go with a strength check. And definitely if Beak helps you, let me see. I'm gonna go right quickly to the Opara, where they talked about the modifier for helping. Yes. Okay, so if you roll 10 or higher, the character you're helping gets a +2 on his check. It's called Aid Another. Oh, that's an actual. Is that a feat or
I think it's just a type of action.
Yeah, I
Aid
think so.
Another? Let's check in the book.
Page 86.
86, yeah. Yes. You make the same skill check, so you would also make a strength check. Yeah, it's very simple and it's very easy. So first you have to arrange this through chat. So you're gonna have to Jabal, you're gonna have to say let's.
Yeah, like
I'm gonna
Shadrick
pull.
was.
I'm gonna pull out. Kelos, help me out. Shadrick, and then control. Enter. Just enter, and then. Wait, is that? Yeah, try to say it as briefly as possible because you've already used your one sentence. If you take too long to say, if you take too much of a sentence, I'm gonna have to dog kill around. So try to say it. Yeah, that's
Like that?
good. And yes,
I could have said
and
outa
then
instead out of.
yes, and then the question is, since it's your turn, how is Shadrick gonna help you? Because it's your turn, it's not his. He's supposed to roll first because that's how you determine.
He would have to hold his action until the other action is taken.
I
So it's
see.
like I can suspend my turn basically kind of
Yeah.
until his sort of.
Okay, let me, because we've never done this before. We played 100 something hours. No, nobody has done it. Where is this in the
What is it called? Suspend your action?
It's called holding action, I think,
Hold, okay.
generally.
It might be movement and distance. 192.
Hold on.
delay. It's
Delay, is
page
that it?
203.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh yeah, it reduces your initiative for the rest of the combat, but
Oh, okay. So,
Oh, I see. It's like I'm intentionally lowering my initiative so that my
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
time comes up later. Okay, but then so it would come up at the same time as Shadrick's. Is that
So
how that
I
works?
think the way you should do it is type a way to see what Shadrick will do, and then hit Control Enter.
Yeah, control enter. Okay. But of course, we don't know when we're in combat. We don't necessarily know what the monster's initiative is. So if you want to lower it, but make it so it's still higher than the monsters, you wouldn't be aware what that number would be, right?
I think look, normally you should be able to see it because you've seen when it acted, etc.
Yeah, after a
Uh,
round, like right now, I'm not sure where it is, but after
yeah,
one round,
it
you're
is.
right.
I'll tell you where it
See.
is. The only reason I'm not showing it to you is because I don't want you to see the. Look, if we agree on one thing, no, I don't want. Look, I'm not sure if you'll be able to see the effect it has, but I don't want to chance it because it's really important effect. It might destroy the whole scene. So I'll tell you where it is. It's between Matthias and Shadrick.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Yeah, Matthias
Matthias
has
is
the same
playing.
initiative as me. So.
Yeah, Matthias is
Yep.
playing now, and Shadrick. If you want to speak back, Beak, you have a sentence about the size of the one Jubal used because you've already spoken, or you can just act. So you have your spells again. Like as I said, your weapons obviously are going to be pointless. Um, so you have your spells. If you want to try something, go check your spells. Let me see what you got, because I think you've used.
Yeah, I've been checking them. Obviously, light doesn't work for this, right?
Well, it's not your turn right now, right?
No.
Oh,
Actually,
you
I
just
want to
preparing.
see if light does anything. Give me a
I was wondering
second.
that too, but yeah, if they're distracted by the light, but the light's on right now and they're still attacking, so that's why I didn't consider that.
Okay. Okay. If they have some light sensitivity, it definitely the light spell that Big cast is not enough. Okay. So definitely there's nothing there. I'm just checking. Okay, so I'm looking at his spells. The only spell that he has memorized that might conceivably do something is Cause Fear. Um, but it sounds like Cause Fear is mostly for. Let me see. It might work, but it also might not work because these are not. These are these are insects. So they're not so susceptible to fear. They might not be so as humans, but it might work. I haven't even checked, so I don't even know right now. Like I will check after you tell me that you want to cast it. So I guess one option is cause fear. The other option is uh, grab Kelos and run. Do you see another? Does anybody see any other option? I don't see anything else.
I can't
Oh,
see his character sheet, so I can't see what he has.
and hold on. Also, your inventory. Yeah, your inventory. So that's another thing. What do you have? Uh, oh, you still have the magical pendant that the senator's aid badge
Yeah.
from the other campaign. That's pretty cool. No. And by the
So
way,
it is possible.
all of you guys don't have enough stuff. Like you need more equipment, like torches and stuff like that that Dan has. So you're gonna have to scavenge that. You know, the other building before that I told you that it has stuff. So you should go back there at some point and just load up on stuff. Uh, so yeah, it doesn't seem like you have any other options, Beak. Either that spell or grab, kill us, and run. What do you think?
Well, it's not my turn yet, but I think I will drag Kellis.
Oh, right. It was Matthias' turn. Okay, so that was my mistake. Okay, you have what options do you have, Matthias? Let me see. You definitely cannot help with dragging out Kellis. You're too far, and there's not enough space. The only thing you can do pretty much is let me see. Magic missile, acid splash.
Acid splash. That seems useful for a swarm. It will probably damage Kellis though.
Yeah, that's the thing. The effect is no. The way it sounds here is it seems to be quite targeted. So he rolls against the AC. It sounds like it might work. He rolls against the AC. He doesn't have to target all the cockroaches. He just has to target a clump of cockroaches. I have their AC. He rolls the die, and then if it works, then he does 1d3 damage. It's not a lot of damage though. 1d3 is not a lot. Magic missile will 100% hit his target. And unless they have some kind of immunity, if they have immunity, then they're not going to take any damage. But if they don't have immunity, it's going to be 1d4 plus 1. And he has 3 of them. So if he takes all 3 rounds, it could be 3d4 plus 3, which you don't know. It might be enough. It might be enough.
Does
He
he
will
have
take
any
3.
spells that cast? Because I was wondering about if the cockroaches have any susceptibility to light. Because right now there's a light source in there, but it's only on Shadrick's sword, correct? So it's not. It's kind of dark in the other sections of the room,
It's
right?
the whole room because
Oh,
the
so it is.
lights.
It's lit very well. Okay.
Yeah, it lights. Look, it lights the whole room one level up. So if the room is completely dark, then it makes the room dim. If the room is dim, it makes it normal. If it's normal, I'm not sure. Does it go up to bright light? I don't think it goes to bright. Let me see. In any case, the room was dim, so now the lighting in the room is normal, and the radius is. Let me see. Is a 20-foot radius, which is way bigger than the room. The room is way
Yeah,
bigger
yeah.
than the 20-foot radius. So
Okay, I was
yeah,
just wondering. Maybe there's a reason why they didn't attack Shadrick. Maybe they were scared of the light on his sword, so they went for Keyless instead.
could be. You don't know.
Because I could have
Uh,
cast. I have a spell, Dancing Lights. It would put a light in each corner of the room, so it'd make the room even brighter. Maybe that would scare them away.
so
But does Mattias
Jason,
have that spell?
Jameson,
Sorry, what was
you're playing.
Oh, okay. I wanted to do you said knowledge arcana is a free check, right?
Yes, knowledge arcana. Yeah, go ahead and roll if you want.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that when I was giving you your options.
And then
You probably succeeded. So.
Yeah, I need to check on that.
yeah, then I'm gonna do magic missile. Yeah, we'll do missiles.
Okay, give me a sec to check it. Oh, whoa, wait a sec. The DC is 10 plus the monster CR, but if the monster is common like goblins, then the DC is 5 plus the monster CR. So that means, let me see, what did Shaden roll? He rolled
9.
He rolled 9. So assuming, let me see. The creature CR is 2 for the Gogurt Swarm. So 5 plus 2 is 7. And he rolled a 9. If it's common though, is it a common? That's the thing. Is the Gogurt Swarm? It sounds like it will be common. The thing is, they don't have this. This should be in the stat block. The stat block should say common or whatever, but it doesn't say so. Yeah, this is definitely common. The way I read it is definitely common. So that means I'm gonna give you 2 pieces of info, one for each. So it gives me complete control over what info to give you. You know, which is. Okay, first thing I will give you is just the generic text. Okay, and the next I'm going to give you something you can use.
So
I guess
do
they won't
do
chase
light type spells, do they stack?
So
So if
the
you keep
daylight
casting-
spell is a 3rd level spell. The light
Oh, it's
spell
a specific spell.
that daylight is very bright, and what you have now in that room is just normal light. It's not very bright. So
Yeah.
you don't have access to that spell, but it does sound like the storm cannot follow you outside. That's what it sounds
Right.
like. At least in the daylight, in the day, now it's the middle of the day, but if you go there at night, it's a different story. So, okay, you got your 2 pieces of info, and you can do your magic missile now if you want. I'll tell you how you can do it. First, you need to have line of sight to the. So you're gonna have to move 1 down. then you'll be at the doorway. Unless it has windows. Hold on. Let's look at the description again. Does it have windows?
Said that it didn't have.
This one has no windows. It's one of the only ones, I think. It's like a storehouse. They don't have anything in it, or any windows in it, I should say.
That's why it's so
Oh,
dark inside.
I think
Yeah.
on purpose they didn't give it windows.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So you're gonna need to move down one to be able to see the swarm. And even then, I wonder if you're standing out in the bright light, they're inside in the normal light. Yeah, okay, because it's normal. If it was dim, I would not have allowed you to see them, or we would have had to roll a check, maybe perception. But since it's a normal light inside, you can go down if you want. Do you know how to move, Jameson?
Yeah. I just wondered. I wonder if I could be attacked in the doorway. Because I don't think they can come outside, right?
I don't know if it can come outside. I just said about the light, all these things, but maybe this is a magical swarm and they can't come outside. Who knows? But you probably can be attacked if the swarm was where Beak is now, but it's not there. So Beak is on the way.
Okay, I'm just gonna move it.
You could stand maybe 2 squares away from where Shadrick is.
Let me see.
okay.
Let me see.
Did you still see?
Yeah, I'm wondering if I could keep a distance and still attack.
Okay, let's pull out the magic missile for a sec. The range is 100 feet plus 10 per level, so we're talking about 110 feet. It's insane, the range. The creature has less than total cover. So the question is, how much cover does the swarm have now? Well, it has less than total. It has some cover because Beak is going to be in the middle, but I don't think it has total cover. However, I'm just going to really quickly look at the cover rules. Oh, the music stopped because the thing, yeah. I'll fix it. Okay, by the way, I'm looking at the diminutive rules now. It says that all of them can fit into 1 square. And creatures that take less than 1 square have a natural reach of 0 feet. So they cannot reach into adjacent squares. They must enter an opponent's square to attack. This provokes an attack of opportunity from the opponent. You can attack into your own square, so you can attack normally. And they do not threaten the squares around them. You can move past them without provoking attacks of opportunity. They also can flank. So if you want these rules, page 194 at the bottom and page 195 at the top. So between page 194, 195. So that might actually help you a lot. Let me just read it again. It says that 25 diminutive creatures can fit into a single square. So the question is, how many cockroaches are there? But I think there's way more than 25 here. That's the thing. It's a swarm. So it does sound like a swarm would have special rules. There are thousands of them. It's not just 25. The storm, yeah, let me see the storm. The storm seems to have, oh, it's a creature type. Seems to be a creature subtype, not even a type. Yes. Oh. It has a lot of rules too. Okay, so the swarm occupies only a single square, unless it's a flying swarm, in which case it occupies a cube of 10 feet. But Dan should have gotten an attack of opportunity
What, as they approach me?
when they approach you. Yeah.
It is a surprise round, right? So he wouldn't.
So in the surprise round, you don't get the attack of opportunity, do you?
No, I don't think so, because you have to be aware of it. You can't take an
Yeah.
attack without being aware. So I think during a surprise, I wouldn't be able to.
Okay, so then you lost the attack of opportunity. So then you never got an attack of opportunity. Fair enough. So we played it well. Well, one thing's for sure, I have to come back on the map and I have to put the swarm all over you. There we go. It looks pretty cool now, if you can see it. I'm not gonna turn it on yet, though. Well, I'm gonna turn it on for 1 second. Check.
Damn.
Yep.
No.
Okay.
Get it off me.
It looks pretty cool, though, the way they've made it just a bit larger so that it will take the whole. So now everybody knows exactly where it is. There's no. There's definitely no question about that. If you want to see the rules for Swarm, I'm gonna put it on Discord. Check it out, and you would have to search and scroll down to the Swarm. The question is it a fly? That's the thing. If it's a flying creature, because they're cockroaches, can they fly?
The picture shows them flying. The cockroach
Yeah, there are
swarm picture.
wings.
Dude, they can
That's just the
fly.
picture.
They have fly +4, which means
Yeah.
it's not a single square. A cube 10 feet on the side. So it occupies. That means. Does that mean that it could attack you from back where it was? Because back where it was, it included you guys. So, okay, I'll tell you where I'm gonna put it. Yeah, I'm gonna put it there. I'm gonna turn on really quickly so you can see where it is. Boom. You see where it is? 10 feet.
Yep.
So it's in the center of the of that little, yeah. So it's 10 feet, 10 feet. So it covers Beak 2. But I guess it covers Big too, but it chose to attack Dan, unless it tells me here that he has more than one attack. But I think it has. You cannot critical hit or flank a storm. Well, it does say it takes half damage from slashing and piercing weapons. What? So that means it takes damage.
I guess if you
Oh, but
bludgeon them, you crush
it
them.
does
But if
say
you're like,
if
yeah,
they're diminutive, it's immune to all weapon damage. So, well, now you know. So I'm gonna turn it on. So because they're so fine, it's immune. You know these. I guess you know these things through your, because you're adventurers and you're fighters, so you can read the rules. Oh, whoa. I think that Big took damage too, it seems. Took attack to Swarm attack. They don't do standard melee attacks. They deal automatic damage to any creature whose space they occupy at the end of their move. No attack roll needed.
do they have a set damage, or is it just the damage that you rolled?
No, there's a roll. There's a roll.
Oh, okay.
But I guess that roll should have applied to both you and Big. So no attack roll needed. If you're in the same square with that thing, you take damage at the end of their move. So it's at the end of the move of, well, the surprise attack was surprise. So definitely I'm gonna have to roll for wait. And your concealment and your cover doesn't matter for them. Let me see, why did the Fantasy Grounds allow me to roll attack? How did I even roll attack? Oh, Swarm. Yeah, yes, it was correct. I should not have clicked on Swarm. I should have clicked straight away. So the question now is, does Big take the same amount of damage as you, or does he take? Plus, he might also be. Oh my, he might also be fucked. Hold on.
Nauseated.
And they can distract people who try to spellcast if they are within that. Anyway, so the only question now is first to start with, do we roll a new hit die, attack damage for Beak, or does he take the same?
Is it considered one attack? Because if it is, it's probably the same damage to
Yeah,
both,
yeah.
or to everyone who's in the.
It's unclear. It is unclear. I'm just gonna have to rule on it.
It would make sense to roll twice though, because different bits of the swarm are attacking different people.
Exactly.
Right.
That's true. That's true. Oh wait.
Oh my.
So it went to kill us. So wait, I'm gonna take that back. So it's gonna be 6 there, and I'm gonna take, and it's gonna be 5 on Beak. So now Beak has 1 hit point,
Again.
and
Oh
hold on.
no!
I'm gonna drop a target from the swarm, also on Beak. Wait. Wait.
And you
I'm
target
gonna.
multiple people at once.
Uh, it targets multiple because you're in the square that it occupies.
Yeah, but I mean, does it let you do that in Fantasy Grounds? I never
Yes,
tried it.
yes, it lets me. It lets me.
Ah, okay, nice.
Definitely, you can throw a magic missile on it. So you're both targeted now. Let me put a
So can I help dragging Kelos out?
No, right now you're gonna roll a save to see if you're also nauseated. Hold on a sec.
Sure.
I think this might be it for some of you guys.
The hawk is gonna have to drag us out.
Oh, yeah. You wake up on the beach with a Hulk. Okay, so now
We might have to load our previous save.
yeah, where is it? Where is it? So you must roll a fortitude save. I'll tell you how to roll that.
Okay.
You pull up your character sheet.
On your main, on the main section of your character sheet, in the
At
lower
the
right.
top, at the first page, the main, at the bottom right, yeah, there's a fortitude, and you double click the fortitude square.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
Jesus, you might just about
saw
make
what
Does
it.
it heal
happened.
all the damage and heals all your compatriots near you. Kills all the enemies.
Hold on, let me just make 100% sure. The DC is 10 plus half the creature's HD plus the creature's own modifier. So let's see con modifier of the Cobra form.
They should just tell you what it is. They know what those are.
It should tell me, huh?
Yeah, it should just have like the number there, so you don't have to do all the calculations.
It says in its skills, climb, fly, perception, stealth, racial modifiers. But, oh, dude, it says it right there. DC, etc., etc. So it says it. I didn't even have to look it up. Okay.
I'm pretty
So-
sure they do, yeah.
In which case, hold on, let me see what was your fortitude save. It was definitely way below. Yeah, it was way below. Okay, but yeah, definitely Shadrick made it. So, okay, let me type something. Okay, this is nail biter. Jesus. One of you has 1 hit point, the other one has 3 hit points, and is incapacitated for who knows how long.
Well, I have 5. I have
Uh,
5 hit points, but yeah, I'm incapacitated.
So we're still doing Jameson, and we were thinking how far he can go to target the swarm. As far as the magic missile goes, and now we know that the swarm actually occupies the square right in the door. So definitely he could go a couple of a few feet away. But the question is, what? How does the magic missile interact with the swarm? Because I read. Yeah, I read that a lot of the evocation spells, magic missile is an evocation spell, have issues with the swarm is immune to any spell or effect that targets a specific number of creatures. And I think that's what the magic missile is.
Yeah, it has to be area effect, I think, in order to affect the swarm, because the magic missile targets 1 creature, right?
Yeah,
So
that's what
I
it
don't think
sounds
it would
like. So even
work
the
in this
magic
case.
missile, um,
It would
even
have
the
to be
magic
something
missile.
like fireball or something that just hits a wide area, or burning hands or something like that,
Isn't
right?
that spell
Cloud shield.
the acid? Which spell it was that had to do with acid?
Acid splash.
Yeah, that's
Well,
Acid.
yeah, anything that's area effect like acid splash might work, I'd imagine, but
I think it deals extra damage. Like it says.
I mean, it might.
The
Can
swarm
any of these
thing.
spells cast a lot of light in their, the area where they burst? Because even if it doesn't do damage, that might be enough to make the swarm go back in their holes.
What,
Yeah,
magic missile?
I see it right here. It says
Yeah, like what if by even casting magic missile, even if you just target the ground, maybe the amount of light that goes in would make them scatter for just a moment.
It's
Even
not
with
going to be as strong as daylight, though.
yeah, it's not gonna be. Even if you have an area of effect spell, they still take 50% damage from that. So even if you had a fireball, they will only take half damage from it. Um, they're susceptible to wind, but and I'm not spoiling anything. It's in the swarm description. They're susceptible to wind, but you don't have any way to create wind. They're susceptible to strong light, but you don't have any way to create strong light. You don't have area of effect spell. Well, you do have that. You do have maybe the acid would do something, but it will only do 1d3 damage, and it's not gonna help you guys.
Is that
Honestly, just run, okay? Just run.
does that say half damage or 50% extra damage? It says half again.
Half
And I
again?
see it. It says plus 50% damage.
Oh, I mean, that would make sense, because that's how you target the swarms, but
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying it's 50% more.
Yeah, for splash and evocation.
Oh, I see. So it will be 1d3 plus 50%. Many evocation spell, it means like like the fireball. I
burning
see.
hands,
So
evocation.
you're saying that it's susceptible, especially susceptible to. I see. Um. Yeah, you could try that. You could try that. Then let me see. Acid splash.
It's a missile, though. Isn't it like essentially the same thing as magic missile? You need to target it to an individual.
So
Oh, that's right.
it depends. You guys don't have burning hands?
No.
That one would have been useful.
That's splash. It is a splash attack. I think it's one of them.
Can you target the ground with it?
Where splash?
Sorry, you broke up.
Where does it say splash?
Right there right there in the paragraph that talks about disintegrate spells.
No, I'm talking about the acid splash. Does it say anywhere that it's a... Well, it is a splash. It's in its name. Okay, you fire small at the target. I see. At the target. Well, it has to say target, but range touch attack. That is a well. Okay, I'm just gonna Google acid splash swarm just in case. Yeah, there's a thread.
I'm stepping away for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going AFK real quick too. I'll be back.
So I did find something. It does sound from what this guy is saying that acid splash is a good spell for swarms. He says that they changed the rules. But I'll wait for the other guys to. I'm gonna put it
All right,
on
I'm back.
Discord. I'll wait for Beak. You can read already on Discord if you want. I put it there. It's for PF2 what I put there, but the guy also analyzes PF1.
Oh yeah, it seems to imply that acid splash is useful.
That guy was more. So we're gonna go with what he says. He says that in PF2 swarms are not as deadly as PF1. Keep in mind this is a PF1 adventure, and they have made it specifically. They wanted it to be this deadly. You know, it's not a bug; it's a feature. Well, it is their bugs, but
Yeah.
yeah. So we want it to be deadly. And I want it to be difficult. Dude, it just blows my mind that it all came down to one roll for Beak. And if Beak had been nauseated too, you would probably both die.
Yeah.
I mean, if you drop in there, how is anybody even gonna try to can come in to get you out? They'll die too. Well, we do know that acid splash works well. So we're going to use it. It says range 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. So 25 feet is a range. He can definitely put some distance. There's no saving throw, no spell resist. Oh, he must succeed on a range attack to hit his target. I just wonder if there's a chance that the acid will damage Beak and Dan. I think in strict Pathfinder rules, there's no chance because Pathfinder does not have melee, hitting your friends or anything like that. But we have put it in the game. We have put this in the game for bows and arrows and stuff like that. So I think we should also put it in Acid Splash. This would mean I'm actually not exactly sure how we use it. Do we roll for which creature you hit before we roll the attack, or do we roll first the attack and then we roll? What do you think, Shaden? I'm gonna go back to the forum and pull up. Okay, Shaden isn't here. Are you here? You're not here.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm listening. I was
Okay,
just reading something about
okay, I
creatures.
found the rule. Oh, I see. Yeah, so Shaden has the precise shot feat that removes this problem. I wonder if that feat could be taken also by wizards.
I think it only applies to well, yeah, I don't know what weapons he has, but you have to apply to ranged weapons only.
Well, it is a ranged attack that he has to roll. He has to roll a ranged.
So it can be friendly fire, right?
So basically, right now in there, there's 4 creatures. There's a swarm and there's the 3 characters. All of them count as being in melee because they threaten each other. Um, so I would have to add all the numbers, and then I roll a die, and it would be random who you hit, and the chances of you hitting. The thing is, the D&D second rules do not have swarms, so for a medium figure, each medium figure counts as 1. So the question is, what does the swarm count as? But the swarm takes four squares. So I would count the swarm as 4 medium creatures. So basically, I would roll 1d7, and if it was 1, 2, 3, you'd hit one of your friends, and if it was 4, 5, 6, 7, you hit the swarm. And then we roll the attack against the AC of whoever you hit to see what happens to the. That's how we're gonna do it. The question is, only thing I want to know is, guys, maybe Dan can tell us that feat, that precise shot, can it be taken by wizards?
They can, but I'm
You
reading
need
it.
the
It
prerequisite.
specifically says weapon.
Yeah, but if it says weapon instead of spell attack, it only applies to weapons. There is one for spells. I forgot what it was called though. At least I'm pretty sure
Um,
there's a feat for spells that does something similar.
keep in mind that even if there isn't for spells, we might want to modify this because the rule that I'm talking about is already a homebrewed rule. So we're trying to make this rule, firing into melee is from second edition. We're trying to make it balanced for Pathfinder 1. And to make it
Sure.
balanced, you have to give some way to the wizards to be able to, overcome this problem. So if, in any case, he doesn't have that feat. So
So it
it's
says
not.
you are adept at firing ranged attacks into melee, but it doesn't say. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, shoot or throw ranged weapons. Okay, so yeah, it's weapons. But yeah, I guess it could theoretically be modified.
We could, unless, look, if there is one for wizards, fair enough. In any case, he doesn't have it right now, and I would not advise him to take it anyway at first level, because it's a very specific situation. This one, the magic missile has no problems. It has no problems with missing its shot. So, and that's for the first level. That's his primary means of combat.
I'm back.
You're back. Okay. You missed a bunch of discussion on rules. There's no point. It's a lot. It's a lot. So we're not gonna go over it again unless you need to hear something. But you always have the option of later, going and listening if you want to the
Yeah, I'll check the stream later.
stream. But you can also see that we put the discussion was basically, can the acid splash hurt the swarm? And the answer is yes, and it does extra 50% damage actually, the acid splash. But the question is it going to hit you guys? And the answer again is it might hit you, because I have added a rule from second edition that says, etc., that you can't
I
hit
see
the
how we
friend.
could do this. There are a set of meta magic feats. You could add one and just call it precise spell, because there's empower spell and large spell, extend spell, heighten
Can
spell.
you
There's
can
like a
you
bunch
link
of.
that in the Discord for me to later
It's
check it out?
page 117. Yeah, let me see.
Let me tell you something, Jameson. Since Shadrick is left with 1 hit point, if your acid goes on him, it's gonna drop him. Kellos is left with 3 hit points, and you're gonna roll 1d3. It might drop him as well. And Jubal has 9 hit points. He's gonna be fine if it hits him, but it's too big a risk.
Yeah.
It's too big a risk, so I would forget about the spell. As for helping people drag people out, you can't, because the only person who needs to be dragged out is Kellos. He's he's away from you. Beak is on his way. So that basically, I don't see anything you can do unless you can think of something.
So to be sure, there's no way that we have to generate a massive amount of light in there. Can he blow the roof off or something? If he somehow did that, I think that would end it. But
Oh yeah, shoot like.
Yes, blow the roof off. Yes, that sounds like
yeah, I'm just thinking that. I mean, obviously, even damaging, if you're to do it, it's not like I doubt the damage would be enough to kill it.
How
Maybe
do we
enough to scare
forget that?
it
The
off.
question is, did you guys have any items? I don't even remember your items.
We don't have torches or anything, I think.
I
Right?
have.
Well, do you have dancing lights? I mean, if you cast that, does that make any difference? Adding
The
to the light
torch
that's already in
would
there.
still not make it bright sunlight.
Yeah.
Like,
But if all of us cast a light spell, the cumulative effect would be the same as
No,
daylight,
it doesn't.
maybe?
It doesn't.
No stacking?
By the way, Jameson has a wand that you haven't identified. So there's nothing you can do about it. You haven't identified it. Torch. He has 5 torches. He has a potion of cure light wounds, and I think more of you have a potion.
Yeah, we each have one. We divvied them up.
So, for example, Shadrick, does he have a potion? But he has it. He also has. No, he doesn't have a potion because he has his spells, I guess. Let me see. But it looks like his spells are. Is it in abilities? Yeah, he has. He has 3 more positive channel energies, which if he cast 1, he would heal at the same time both himself and Kellos. But he could not move, right? Or could he move? Could he heal and move?
We check.
It sounds like he could heal and move. And remember, the swarm doesn't get attack of opportunity, so you could actually run away with no problem.
Yeah, even then, channel energy, according to the book, it says it doesn't provoke attack of opportunity anyway. But then, yeah, he'd also be able to do a move action, so he could do both. But is a move like dragging a body? Remember, he could do that, but then he also wants to drag the body. If that counts as a move action, then he could do both.
Okay, yeah. So the question is, yeah, that's the question. Can he heal and then drag?
Yeah, I don't know what drag is considered. I don't see it listed as one of the possible actions in here.
Well, when you're dragging, you're essentially moving, but I don't know if it would qualify as a move action. I guess it's up to IC's discretion.
I'm gonna Google it just really quickly. There is an improved drag. Your skill at dragging falls around the battlefield. Hold on. What book is from the Advanced Player's Guide? Improved drag, which means that it's a feat. It's a combat feat from the Advanced Player's Guide. And it says, if you take this feat, you do not provoke an attack of opportunity when performing drag combat maneuver. There's an actual drag combat maneuver.
There we go.
But the source is ISO. Like, I don't think it's in the advanced players guide. Let's read it anyway. It's a standard action from the advanced players. Okay, so he gets an attack of opportunity for dragging, but the storm has no attack of opportunity, so you're good. If your attack, so he needs to perform an attack, and if it's successful, both of them move 5 feet. Hold on.
Well, he only has to attack if the other person is unwilling, right? Because it's for dragging like enemies.
I see.
It's like when you try to do a heal spell, you have to touch someone. You only have to attack if they're unwilling for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's specifically for a foe here.
Yeah, normally if you have to do like a touch, like an touch attack, it's only if they're unwilling.
Okay, so basically, it says here, from what I get, that he can move him 5 feet. He cannot move him, 30 feet.
If 2 people drag, though, would that make 10 feet?
Yeah, let's think about that.
Like one drags 5 feet and then the other one drags another 5 feet?
Oh, it says that the higher your attack roll is, the more feet you can drag him. For every 5 for which your attack exceeds the opponent's CMD, you can drag an additional 5 feet. But since there's no attack roll, it sounds like he can drag him as much as his movement is. It sounds like he can drag him 30 feet.
Yeah,
Because
like if
there's
the
no
person's
attack
not,
roll.
yeah, the person's not resisting, so.
Yeah, this is all. I keep saying the word foe, so then that implies to me that if it's not a foe, that they're cooperative or they're incapacitated, and so they're not restricting you.
There is improved drag feet and there's greater drag feet. There's all these fucking drags.
I'm surprised this isn't in the core rule because it just seems like something would happen a lot. Like you see in the movies all the time. Like someone goes down, their friends drag them out of the battlefield. I figured this would happen all the time.
Dude, it really does sound like there's no rolls or anything, and you can just freaking drag him.
Yeah, even take back what I said. Like we're saying, this text is all about dragging foes. So they added the ability, to drag foes to the game. But I guess the implication is dragging your buddies is something that you're always able to do.
So what it is, because you have not unlocked that book, you cannot drag foes, but can you drag friends?
Well, I think you only need the feet to drag foes, right? I'm guessing dragging friends is just like a standard type of thing that you can do.
Well, it's not that they don't seem to have considered it. They just don't seem to have considered it.
Yeah, so I'm kind of surprised it's not mentioned. I'm gonna search the word drag, see what I find. Dragon.
Yeah, that's what came up when I did the search.
Yeah, it's a tough word to search for. I'll put drag space. That helps.
I checked on Google dragging a friend coma. There's actually a thread in the Paisa forum. Pathfinder drag friend. And there's another problem that you probably need both hands to drag him.
And then he can't heal, right?
It says 50 feet per minute. Per minute you drag 50 feet per minute. A minute is 10 rounds, so that's 5 feet per round. You can only drag 5 feet per round, apparently. I'll show you where it is. There's a whole thread about it on the Paisan forums, and I'm gonna direct link to the post. Dragging a friend in combat is the name of the thread. Apparently, it's in the equipment chapter.
Yeah, I
That's
found the
weird.
section about drag. It doesn't say anything about it just talks about lifting and dragging. Like it says a character can generally push or drag along the ground as much as 5 times his maximum load. Favorable conditions can double these numbers and bad conditions can reduce them by half. But it's not talking about, how to do it in combat. It's just talking about outside of combat.
Well, the thing that I linked talks about creatures too, so I don't know where they find it. Maybe it's not on the rule. Maybe it's another book.
Yeah, I mean, the word drag only appears in the core rulebook, I think, 4 times from my search. It does make sense that you wouldn't be able to do, say, 30 in one round. I mean, that would be dragging someone like 30 feet in 6 seconds. Seems kind of difficult unless you're really strong.
There seems to be a strength. It says that you can't budge something bulkier than your strength plus 10. So we have to figure out the bulk.
This is saying if you can drag as much as 5 times your maximum load, then as long as he and all of his equipment don't weigh more than that, then I should be able to do it.
At the end of the thread that I posted, there's a very oh, and it's in the Pathfinder second edition. Oh, that's why we're not finding that exact. This thread that I clicked linked is from Pathfinder second edition, and the bulk rolls. I don't know if they exist in Pathfinder 1. There's a whole, if you scroll to the bottom of that thread I just linked, there's a long post that talks about lots of stuff, but I don't know if we should even be looking at it. It's Pathfinder second edition, so that definitely confused me, because for the past few minutes I've been trying to figure out these rules that we're not even running. What? So we definitely have made some fucking progress. Basically, he can grab. It's not even big right now. Let's play Jameson first. If Jameson cannot grab, cannot do anything, he's not near that. His acid splash might just kill his friends. So doesn't sound like a good idea. And trust me, that thing has a lot of hit points. You're not gonna do much with 1d3 plus 50%. So tell me what you want to do, Jameson.
I'm just gonna back away. Just gonna run.
Okay,
To the east.
you have up to 30 feet.
Let me see.
Maybe don't run into an unidentified building. That's my only piece of advice.
Run straight into the next building. Open the door.
Yeah, the next one. See what happens there. Yeah, shut the door, lock it, throw away the key. You'll be safe in there.
Oh yeah, I could just go back to the old building for it.
Right, exactly. But
Yeah.
Oh, you
it's
want
up
to
to you.
stop there? Oh, you want to go there? Okay, but that doesn't make any sense. Try again.
Yeah.
You know, you can do
Okay.
it more directly. Yeah.
I'll stop right here.
Okay, and then you're done.
Yeah, right there.
That means it's the storm now that's playing.
Okay.
So we didn't. We actually did not. In our calculations, I don't know why we didn't take this into account that the swarm plays first. You know what this means? This means you guys are gonna take 1d6 each again.
It said Beak is down no matter what.
I don't see how you can avoid this at this point. Wait. Oh, it rolled different damage. It rolled different damage to each of you, huh? That's interesting. Well, it was the same, but it was 2 rolls. So, Shadrick is
Well, he could be
done.
dragged out, I guess. Anyone who's near, I guess, could just drag him out. But
Kalos is 9,
Could
11.
Marius have
And,
dragged him out last round?
okay,
probably.
wait.
But he wasn't
So
down then.
basically, the distraction, the nausea spell, would last 1 round, but you got hit again. So you're gonna have to do another fortitude
Make
check.
another fortitude check. All right. Nah, it's not gonna make it.
Wow.
Nope, not gonna make it. And now, I wonder if I should apply the same to Beak, but Beak's down anyway, so it doesn't matter. Jesus. Okay. I just need to check if the swarm gets even more. This is quite sad right now. Jesus. Fucking hell. Yeah, so the DC was definitely higher. One sec, I'm writing something. Oh. So after all, Jameson probably should not have run away that far, huh?
Yeah, it's like a drag beak, I guess. I
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
even know if
But
I'm strong enough.
you didn't know that he was going to go down.
Oh yeah, I
Because
didn't. I
you
didn't know
didn't
the
know
turn
about
those
that.
things.
Yeah, we weren't looking at. I don't know why we didn't notice that. We were making all these calculations, and we didn't notice that the swarm would play first. I don't think that it has. I don't think I'm looking again. I don't think that it has any other. The distraction, the nausea, is the special attack, and that happens automatically every time it deals damage. I don't see anything else here. Okay, next.
Well, I
Shattering
think
is next.
it's actually my turn, right? Because I delayed my initiative. It's either Shadrick's or mine. I think we're tied.
Wait. Dude, it was your turn and you could play before the swarm attacked.
No, I delayed my action to wait for Shadrick's turn so we could work together, right?
You can take it whenever you want to, so
Whenever
you
you
could
want.
theoretically do it right before the swarm goes.
You could have
Oh,
done it before the swarm.
I thought I had to do it whenever it was Shadrick's turn. I mean, well, let me put it this way. I was waiting for, I guess, yeah, I was waiting for his turn to come up, but
Yeah, but we didn't,
realized
we didn't, if we had actually paid attention to the combat tracker, we would see that Shadrick would play after the swarm, which means both him and Kellis would get another attack. It basically made no sense for you. If we were paying attention, we would have advised you to not wait for the
yeah,
swarm
because
to
it
go.
doesn't help anything, right? I
The
understand.
question is, what could you have done? You could not have pulled out Shadrick because I wonder, could you have
He
pulled him
could
out?
have theoretically pulled me out.
Yeah, and
And
then
that leaves us in a position where we could pull Shadrick out theoretically.
yeah, I wonder. Let's answer that for a second. Could he have pulled out Shadrick, even though Shadrick wasn't playing? I think he could have. And it sounds like, because Shadrick would not have resisted. It sounds like it would be easier for Jubal to pull out Shadrick than to pull out Kellis, because Kellis, it's incapacitated, so it should be easier to pull out.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna roll everything back. Okay, we're gonna do that.
Well, by me moving, do I not provoke an attack of opportunity too? Because I'd have to step into the square that the swarm is in.
They don't provoke attacks, or they
They do
don't
if
take
you move
attacks.
into their, only if you're moving alongside them, they don't. But if you move into their square, it does.
Okay, let's see that again because I'm not sure. I think
Let me
that they
check
don't get
wrong.
attacked for opportunity at all. But I could be wrong. So
Yeah, let me look it up.
no, the person who gets an attack of opportunity is you guys. You get to attack it, but you didn't get it in the first round because you were surprised.
Right.
If it moved now, you would get it, but it hasn't moved. If it moves into your square to attack you, then you get an attack of opportunity.
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
Let me see if you also get an attack of opportunity. Yeah, it can move through squares occupied by enemies, and enemies can move through squares occupied by it. But it provokes an attack of opportunity. It seems to me that it's one of its weaknesses is this, that it provokes a lot of attacks of opportunity, but the thing is, it's immune to your weapons anyway.
Right. Yeah, so like other than the surprise round, if we're aware of it, in order to attack us, we get an attack of opportunity. But like you're saying, an attack of opportunity to do what?
The question
Cast a
is,
spell, right?
can you do spells? Can you do spells with attacks of opportunity?
Oh, I think it has to be unless it's like a quick spell. Unless it's like there are certain spells I think that can be done, but not standard spells.
So it sounds like that spell, the acid splash, could be attack of opportunity because it's it's very low. And anyway, there's no point thinking about it now. Nobody gets an attack of opportunity right now. I'm rolling it back all the way to when Matthias was playing. After he had finished, he's moved. Okay, I'm gonna type something in the chat. I'm gonna delete everything after delete everything after Matthias's move, including his move. So that's it. Delete everything after Matthias's move, including his move. And you were sitting right here, if I'm not mistaken. So now you get the move. So keep in mind that there could be people falling down, dying, or whatever. And you might have to drag people out. So with that in mind, decide where you want to sit. And let me tell you something. If you move in front of the door, people can still move through you, but they cannot end their move on your square. So the question is, can they drag more than 5 feet? Because if they can only drag 5 feet, then they would have to drag out to the square.
You could say that they can drag half their movement.
Where do you see that?
I don't see that as a thing. It's just it seemed to make sense. They don't seem to indicate how far you can drag. So maybe if you spent half your movement, like it would make sense. Or you could just have them do a strength roll to see how far.
But you haven't found anything that might help us.
I haven't found anything specific about it now.
And because Shadrick is conscious and he can participate, can that change any of it at all? How far it can be dragged?
It makes sense that Shadrick should be able to be dragged if he wants to, and if he doesn't put up resistance, that he should be able to be moved easier than Kelos. It makes sense, but we don't have any rules for that. We have some rules from Pathfinder 2nd edition, but that's only going to confuse us because wait, did the music stop? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, just stopped.
I thought it was an hour long, the track.
And you thought it was over, but no. Hey, let's go to the beach. Let's call the storm and let's go swimming. Why are we fighting? Okay, so basically, I would say, Matthias, don't occupy the square in front of the door because it might be needed. You might want to stay where you are, basically. You might want to stay where you are, or maybe just move where your hawk is, or something like that. Don't go too far, and don't block the exit.
So he can't pull Shadrick out?
Oh, yeah, that's what we were thinking about. Yeah.
But if he did,
been hurt yet, right? But he is
he
has been hurt, but he isn't down or anything yet. Yeah.
But if he did that, then Shadrick would be occupying the space right outside the door, and then if I try to drag Kilo,
if Shadrick could be pulled out, that means when his turn comes, he can cast that cure spell, and then he can cure some hit points from Kellos.
Right.
Oh, by the way, okay, I have to return the hit points to their Let me see.
It was three damage to each of us.
3, yes. 3 to Kellos, 3 to Shattering. So we're back to 6 and
Each only had one hit point.
8.
Yep.
6 and 8, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, if Big can be saved, then and he can cast the cure, then he can pretty much fix everybody for one round at least. So the question is if he can drag. Do I ask for a strength check, which it might go wrong, or do I look? If we can find anything in Pathfinder 1 rules, I think we had found something. I think we had found the advanced. Let's go back to them. The combat drags. Let me see. Pathfinder drag. Improved drag. Rolls and combat maneuvers drag. There's a discussion at Stack Exchange. Okay. Well, we're not gonna be able to sweep like I put a link. Check out the link in Discord. It discusses how some 3.5e rules might be adapted to Pathfinder for dragging. So it's yeah, they're talking about dragging stuff. Okay, so I'm back to the advanced dragging rules. It says here that you can even drag an opponent who is one size category larger than you. So you're medium, the opponent is large, and you can still drag him if you pull off the maneuver. So basically, if it's an opponent who's resisting, you can and you succeed the maneuver, you pull 5 feet, and you can pull more than 5 feet if you have a really high roll, but it's not going to be 30 feet. You know, your roll is not going to be 40. So you're gonna draw him back against his will 5 feet or maybe 10 feet. So now the question is, how does that change when it's not against his will? It sounds like the 5 feet is automatic, and then that's where Dan suggested half your movement, and it does sound reasonable. We could make it a little more complex. Let's put it this way: 5 feet is automatic, and then, for example, you could roll a strength check, and for every 5 points of the strength check, you drag him another 5 feet up to your maximum movement, or up to half your movement. So we could do that up to half. So let's say your movement is 30, you could drag him up to 15 feet. That does sound reasonable to me. What do you think, Dan?
That seems reasonable, but what would the DC be on the? It should be lower than a foe, I would imagine.
On the strength check.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, because when I think of strength checks, I think of second edition where lower is better.
Yeah.
So if he has a strength of 10 and you hit 1, that's awesome. That means you drag him. I don't think in terms of DCs. My mind hasn't. I see what he's saying though. What would be the DC for dragging? And the question is, should the first 5 feet be automatic, or should those also require?
Well, 5 foot is like the what's it called, the 5 foot step. So I imagine that would probably be automatic.
You know
Because
what?
otherwise the other person could do it.
In
Yeah.
the combat maneuver drag, the reason they don't ask for a strength check is because you have the maneuver check, which I guess probably already gets the modifier from strength or something like that. So they count everything in there. You know what? We're thinking of Big walking out of there, so that it's like we're trying to take him by the hand and walk him out. But if he could walk out, he would do it on his own. He's not walking out because it's not his turn.
Right.
So we're not talking about walking down Brick out. We're talking about dragging him.
Yeah.
We're talking about basically what happens right now in the scene is that Beak is just immobilized, because he just hasn't. That's what initiative means. It means he's just not as quick at his feet as other people. So he's basically like a deer in headlights, and we want one of the other characters to basically drag him out of there, just like grab him with both hands and drag him. So that definitely requires. You cannot say that there's no strength check. You need something. In fact, you know what we should do? Maybe we should run this drag maneuver, but just give him a huge bonus because the enemy is not. Let me see.
He's not covered right now.
Because the enemy, because he's not resisting. But the thing is, that move is in the advanced player's handbook, so we don't even have that move. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna have to. We don't have that move, but we're looking at this move to get to get a feel, so that we make a good rule basically. We're gonna have to go with the strength check. So the question is, what does that strength check look like? If I remember correctly, 10 DC is easy, 15 is medium difficulty, and 20 is difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it was 10 is like like 5 is easy, 10 is like medium, 15 is like difficult, and 20 is like very difficult, if I remember correctly.
Okay. So the question is, that's why I would have liked to have everybody's weights. I don't think we rolled people's weights, or we didn't choose.
We should have.
I didn't see it in my character sheet.
Yeah, I have my weight on there.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay,
I re-rolled all the weights originally. I just don't know
Let
if
me see
people
if you
added
have
them.
big.
Oh,
Where would
maybe
the
we
weight
didn't transfer
be?
them over.
And we have encumbrance. So, like in my case, I'm 190 plus 56 from encumbrance.
If you go to notes on the player sheet, it's
Yeah,
at
it's
the
in
second,
notes, or it should be.
the second row at the top.
Oh, I don't have it.
Yeah, I just have gender, age, size, alignment filled in.
I have everything filled in on mine.
Lucky
Yeah,
you.
it could be mine.
Okay, so where would we find now Shadrick's?
It might be in the Discord from way back when. Let's see.
And I know we originally rolled them all.
Roll them.
But it may not be in this channel because our characters are created in different channels.
Yeah, it's in the Battlegrounds chat channel, which is hidden.
Oh, okay, yeah, good point.
I have it. So what would I search?
Maybe his character's name. His full name was Shattered Orc Face. I think it'll find it.
Okay, I have here a Okay, I see a post that's all about Shadrick, but it has the age and all that stuff. It doesn't have the weight.
Yeah, when I think about it, I don't ever remember rolling or specifying my height or weight anywhere. Maybe other groups did it, but I don't remember my group doing it.
I'm gonna search for weight. The thing is, this window that I'm looking at looks at weight in all the channels. Is there any way to search in one particular channel?
Yeah, I think it's, what is it, in and then the pound sign and then the name of the channel, something like that. If you
you
just
guys-
click the search box, you see a drop down that says search options, and then you see the word in. If you just click the word in, and then you just start typing the name of the channel,
Oh, I see.
and then click, yeah, it fills it in for you basically. Just type and click, and then it'll, yep, and then just type your search query after that.
Okay, wait. Okay, it looks like, no, there's only one mention of weight in that channel, and it's about, no, it's DLC and, new or old? Old, no, it's the same, relevant, it's the same. That is the channel, Battlegrounds chat. That's gotta be the channel. I have more channels.
Well, I found his in the Opara crew channel.
Anyway, his weight would only help us if we had a detailed table with different weights. Right now, I would say that he's a medium human, so he has the standard. We already know that you can move somebody larger, so you can even move. I don't know,
someone the next size bigger than you, right?
someone in one size bigger. So, and obviously that would have negatives or whatever. But for your own size, I would say there's no penalty. He still needs the strength check. So the question now is, should the DC be 5, 10, or 15? For dragging, I think 15 is too much.
I think depending upon the result, that maybe affects how far you can drag. So like 10 would be, say a total of 10 feet, and then 15 would be, say, a total of
Yeah,
X,
we
and, like
we
that.
want to know the minimums for 5
Right,
feet.
minimum.
That's what we're looking at right now.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll use the same rule that the advanced player's guide uses, that every extra 5 is extra 5 feet, which makes you wonder, why wouldn't an extra 1 be an extra 1 foot? You know what I'm saying? But I guess the game prefers
squares. Yeah.
Yeah, it has the square,
Grid.
so it prefers.
I mean, I'd guess because like what Dan was saying, because 5-foot steps are free, so it almost feels like dragging someone, just pulling their arm back 5 feet, just one square. It seems like that should be doable.
Yeah,
Unless
but you still have to drag the person who is not moving. I can very easily think of somebody trying to drag me and failing. You want to drag me 5 feet? That's not gonna. I can think, for example, of an awkward person. Plus, remember that this is in the middle of combat where your adrenaline is high and it's not in a normal situation. So I can definitely see you, trying to grab him and pulling him 5 feet, but failing. And if you roll really low, if you roll 3, if you roll 4, I can see that failing. So that's what we have to do. Okay, so basically, Matthias, first of all, let's play. Oh, Matthias. Yeah, he's gonna have to roll a strength check. And his strength is, he has a -1 to strength. So his strength is low. I would say it's either 5 or 10. Well, why does it have to be 5 or 10? Why couldn't it be 8, the DC?
Those are just like the guidelines generally. You could make it 8.
Yeah, it's up to you. You can do whatever you want.
If it's something in between, you could probably go with like 8 or something like that. And they've done it before. I've seen DC is like 14 or DC is like 12 before.
Yeah, we've already, one of the DC for the, it was 14. For the fortitude check, it was 14. So
yeah, it's just they can't give every number like a keyword, so they just do it by 5s.
The other thing I'm thinking is, if I make this rule now, you're gonna maybe want to use it again, and I want to make it available to the other groups. So that's why I'm putting extra time into it.
Yeah.
And I also need to write it down. Okay, we're almost there. Like, I'll just have to decide. It's definitely not gonna be more than 10. I think I might just put it at 10. And if you roll 15, you can drag him 10 feet. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna roll down. So you can go ahead and Okay, so Jameson, I'm assuming that you can see the cockroach. You know, the swarm is going to attack both Shadrick and Kellis in the next turn. So you cannot drag Kellis out, but you can drag Shadrick. So I'm assuming that you want to drag him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So type in the chat that I try to drag Shadrick out. That's all you need. Control Enter. And then roll a strength check. I'll tell you how to roll it.
For dragging, do you go into the square or adjacent?
Just say you try to drag Shadrick out of that. Out of the. So basically, move one square down. And then bring up your sheet, the first page, the main page of your sheet.
Okay.
And then you see the strength score. You have 8 strength, and next to the strength score it says -1, and there's a little red die. Double click that square. It says -1. Jesus.
He's strong.
Okay,
wizard.
so basically, I read the rules now. You move one square back. He moves one square back. Wait, no, I'm moving by mistake here. Okay, he moves one square back. I'm so glad that I brought this picture of the swarm. Doesn't it look so much cooler than the large S? So you move him. You can move him another square in a straight line behind you. So whichever direction you go, he's gonna be. So if you move here, he's gonna move here. You see what I'm saying? If you move here, he's gonna move here. So you have one more square. If you want to, or you can stay there.
Yeah, you should move, because if I want to drag Kilos, I need some space.
Yeah, I'm gonna move.
I don't think either way matters.
Why is Shadrick's? Oh, it's red because he's hit heavily. Okay.
You're right, yeah.
I'm gonna move east. I think that's better.
Okay, you gotta move there, and he moves there.
Yeah, it's probably better. And then, so was it? He needed at least a 10 to pass it, but if he got a 15 or higher, he can drag an extra 5 feet. Is that?
Yes,
rule you
that's
made?
what he did. He dragged him.
Yeah,
He
total of
dragged
10.
him 10 feet. So I'm gonna type
Okay.
something here. All right. Next.
So
Wait.
it could be my turn now.
Yes, exactly. It can be your
Right,
turn,
okay.
and you can type. First of all, yeah.
So
tell
should
us
you-
what you want.
Well, maybe you could change my initiative in the combat tracker then, like set
Yes.
it to, I guess, 17.5. I don't know how this. he
Exactly.
could
That is
insert me.
weird. That
Yeah,
is very weird.
right.
He could have gone on 16, like, well, no, 18, right? Like,
Yeah, I could just
right
be. I mean,
before
I'm
they go.
18. I'm tied with Mattias. Just I'm now after
Yeah.
him instead of before him. Can you drag me? You know, is there a way to click and drag or something so that I'm after him?
No. It doesn't seem to be a way to move people on the. Oh wait! I can do it. Hold on.
Oh, there. I swap.
You can just type in the new one, right?
Hold on. I for some reason now I have two. For some reason, I somehow managed to give the turn to 2 people at the same time, and I want to. Wait, let's do this. There we go. Now, I'm trying to drag your name. That doesn't. No, the only way seems to be by changing it to change the. It seems to be by changing the number. I don't see any other way. We're gonna have to play it like this for now, and just remember.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
hold
after
on.
Mattias. I got it.
So the next round I go first, right? Before he.
Yeah. We swap positions. That's all in the
Okay.
tracker.
Okay.
Everything else is the same.
Jeez, we researched so many rules in this so far. This one, Matthias. And let me write the rule: to drag a friend. Roll DC 10 strength check for 5 feet and 5 more feet per fire. I think though that there's gonna be a penalty to try to drag Kellis out because
He
he is.
has enemies on him.
I'm not sure actually. It says that he's incapacitated, so that means he's not moving. It doesn't mean that he's moving erratically. It means that he's kind of retching. Would somebody who's retching be harder to pull out than a person who's just he's just standing on the spot? I think maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, he's still, at least he's not incapacitated, right? He's just focused on vomit.
I'm
In
not
any
like
case,
knocked out or anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. We'll see. So tell me first what you want to do, and then we'll see how to enter it.
And again, when I move through and I'm touching him, trying to drag him, I'm not going to be, there's no attack of opportunity against me, even though I'm
Look like it.
stepping
Let
into
me
the
check it again.
square.
It
I
kind
looked
of
in the book and
sounds.
it seems like, I saw a site that claimed that, but then the book seems like the way it's written it doesn't. But it's weird because like if the swarm moves into your square, you get an attack of opportunity. But if you move into its square, it doesn't get one against you. It seems like it should work
It's
both ways.
the swarm is not acting as one, like they're all over the place, so they might not be organized enough to do an attack
Oh,
of
not organized
opportunity.
enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whereas you, it's just you making the decision the second something comes into your range.
Yeah, just these are special because most enemies obviously you can't share a square with them, but with this one you can.
Yeah, because it's a swarm subtype.
Right. Yep.
So the first paragraph of the swarm subtype uh, talks about twice about the swarm getting hit with attacks of opportunity, but it doesn't talk at all about the swarm deal. I don't think the swarm can. I was reading it somewhere else because it has a 0 reach. Its reach is
Yeah.
0.
Well, so that's for if you look at it, it's a 2x2 square. So if my character were to walk around the perimeter of it or walk out of the perimeter, then yeah, I agree there'd be no attack of opportunity because it
But
has 0
within it,
reach.
yeah,
But
but
when I
within it.
step into it, now I'm in it,
Yeah.
so it can each reach me. That's my question. But you're correct. If like in the book, there's a section for tiny, diminutive, and fine creatures. It says, creatures that take up less than one square space typically have a natural.
I need to see it. It's very hard to understand when people are reading. Where is it?
All right. Go
Well,
ahead.
they also get a free attack on you if they end their movement on you. So maybe that's kind of like their way of getting around the no attack of opportunity thing.
How do they get a free attack?
No, they don't free attack. They automatically damage anyone in their range when they stop moving.
Oh, by the way, okay, if you scroll down further on the swarm text, it says that swarms do not threaten creatures and do not make attacks of opportunity with the swarm attack. So they have no. However, they distract foes whose squares they occupy. But the distraction needs damage. So the only way the distraction works is if they already dealt damage to you. Oh, and spell casting or concentrating requires caster level check. And using skills that require patience and concentration requires a DC 20 will save. So the question is, did the knowledge arcana require concentration? I don't think so, no. It's just to remember.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Dan nailed it. The swarm already gets essentially 2 attacks. Okay. We figured this out, guys. it says that they don't make standard attacks, the swarms. Instead, they deal automatic damage to any
Yeah.
creature whose space they occupy at the end of their move, with no attack roll needed. No attack roll.
Oh,
everybody,
no attack
everybody.
roll.
That's
The
already pretty
attack,
crazy.
the attack takes place at the end of the swarm's move. Now that the swarm has played, people can move in and out with no problem. I think the way I understand this is that right now the swarm is feasting on Kelos. So just you walking around it, even through it, like I don't even think that the swarm is like. I think that most of the swarm should be on. Basically, I think if you move through it now, you move too fast for it to focus on you. If
Yeah.
you stayed there and its turn came, then it would have the time to focus on you. You see what I'm saying? So definitely you can move through it, no worries, no checks, nothing. Just tell me. Obviously, you want to drag Keller, so just tell me. You don't have to because you haven't rolled yet. You don't know exactly how far you can drag him or anything like that. So all you have to say in the text is that I try to drag Kelos out. That's all you need to say.
Yeah, but should I move? Like, I was thinking, like, go here first and
No,
then
don't
attempt.
move anywhere. First,
No?
I'm gonna first type. I try to drag Kelos out. Control Enter.
Okay.
Now, pull up your character sheet and the
Yep.
first page and roll the strength check.
Okay, it's like in the bonus box. Just double click that.
In the bonus, that says nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little die there. Okay.
Jesus.
Bam. Well, I'm weak. I mean,
Okay. So
of course, Mattias is weak. I am. Anyway.
yeah, you definitely you should have moved there. You're right before you tried, and then you tried it. Wait. Oh wait, I said that you should have also had a small. So the small would be a -1 or a -2 because he is incapacitated. But
Oh, okay.
what difference does it make since he's not helping you drag him anyways? Because Chadrick wasn't helping either.
I guess
I
it'd only
guess
be a penalty if I'm actively like getting in his way or
Resist.
opposing him somehow, right?
Resisting. Yeah.
basically he's a bit more awkward to drag, maybe because he's retching. I think okay, I get it. It's because Chadrick was not resisting because he had his wits about him, but you could say that maybe Kellis involuntarily resists a little bit, and it's a bit more awkward to drag him because he doesn't have full control of his body, basically. So the question is it a -1 or a -2? I would put it at a -2. So basically, that check is 6 should be minus. Okay, let me. Okay, we got that. So it's supposed to be a 4. So now, the question is, do you still have a move action? Or is that all you can play?
I guess my move action was just moving there and then attempting that as a standard action. So I think I'm done.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
Yep. Yeah, it makes sense. It's just
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that would
attempted
make
something and
sense.
it failed, and so I'm there.
Because
I can't
he
move
did his
anymore.
standard move to get over there,
Yeah.
and then his action involved more movement, but he wasn't able to do it. He's essentially like pulling on me, but it's not working. Like he's having trouble.
And now you're gonna get the attack.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna get the attack.
Well,
me double-
retarget people, I guess, right?
You
have
said
to-
something about not rolling, but you do roll. It's just that it's always after movement, right? At the very end of this.
No, it just automatically hits. It just does damage.
Oh, just okay. There's no
Yeah.
attack roll. Is what you're saying,
No,
right?
it's ridiculous.
Okay. Oh no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh god. At least it's only one for me.
Yeah, I guess we did it the right way. Yep.
So
That
now,
would have been bad.
The fortitude check.
Yeah, we both have to do the fortitude checks, right?
Yeah, I wonder about that though, because first of all, Kellos is already nauseated. Oh, this means if you fail, if you succeed this check, I think this means that when your turn comes, you can play. Is that what it means?
Yeah, I guess it means
Oh,
I don't get
interesting.
more. It doesn't like reset the nausea for another like turn, I guess.
Okay, so
Yeah,
both of
right,
you
right.
roll fortitude.
Or is it only the first time they hit you? Is it every time they hit you?
No, every time they hit you, yeah, every time. Well, let me check out to be 100%. I'm pretty sure.
Because that's pretty powerful. Since they hit you automatically.
Yeah, it is pretty powerful. Well, they did say that it's almost impossible for first level characters to defeat it in the
Yeah.
Thank you.
discussion. You know,
We keep finding the most difficult encounters. I
Yeah, I
think.
thought that blood-based thing was terrifying, but I kind of wish we were fighting that.
it just I think every time we play, it's just another really fun encounter where it's not just you cutting down enemies. It's just a weird setup, and the whole freaking colony is like this. It's just awesome. Like it's just such an amazing.
You know what? We're just gonna burn down the whole colony. Start
I was
over.
gonna say,
Start
blow
over.
the roof off of this one and burn the other things down.
Making you one.
Just
Go
burn
report
everything
back to
down
the
and
ship
start
and just
over.
tell them, yeah, just say, yeah, it was burnt to the ground. It wasn't us. We don't know what happened.
And we got there. It was
Whatever.
already
Let's go somewhere
burned.
else. Yeah,
You know.
yeah, fuck it.
I
Let's do
was
something
reading.
else.
I was reading in the Paisa forums because there's a whole ruins of Azlant subforum, and the GMs there are exchanging stories about what their groups were doing, and everybody had really cool stories about what their players did and how they dealt with all these different. Because every challenge is like it's a combat challenge, but it's also a mind puzzle, and there's items in some of these places where it can help you with some of these encounters. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
right now you might be missing the item that would solve your problem here. But it's a big colony. You don't know where the fuck the item is. So, sometimes, it's cool because if you're lucky, you stumble onto the item and then you're like, oh, I have the right item. But then if you're not lucky, you just have to think in your feet or you have to run or it's it's just, even though we take like an hour to make one turn, I'm not bored at all. Like, it's really cool. And I also love, learning about how this incredible system works. It's just incredible. Imagine if when we have like a couple of years down the line, all the advanced players guide rules, you know how many rule books there are? There's like fucking 20 of them.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's a ton of them.
There's on top of the advanced players rules, there's another rule for range characters, another rule for melee characters, another rule book. So anyway, I was looking at the Croaker Storm now, and it said I'm looking at the destruction ability, right? And it says that any creature that takes damage is nauseated for 1 round, and fortitude save negates the effect. So
Yes, I guess it's got to be done. It's 1 round from when it causes the damage, I'm guessing.
yeah.
So I would have to
roll the fortitude checks.
Yep.
Hey, finally. Finally.
Okay.
I rolled well.
Okay, so I'll explain what happens.
Critical hit.
I'll describe what happens. So the swarm played. Now it is Beak's turn.
All right. Can I drag Jubal, which in his turn is dragging Kellos like a line?
Yeah, I'm attached to him right now. Yeah, we're one
And then
unit.
the Hulk will drag everybody. Okay, so you could, if you cast a heal now, you could do 1d6 to everybody. That could, if you roll a high number, that would be really good because Kelos, when it's his turn after you, first of all, okay, Kelos is no longer nauseated, so I'm gonna remove that
I can
that
help pull
effect.
him out now.
Yeah, he
But
can actually do
I'm
stuff,
gonna
yeah.
add it to Jabal. So this means that Kelos, who has really high strength, probably can drag Jabal on his own. So your best bet might be, of course, I don't know. Maybe the check will fail. What is it? What did we say it was? We said it was a 10, and let me see what you need to.
With a 60% chance of succeeding.
Oh, you have a +2. You have a 60%, huh?
Yep.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So if by the way, you're not 100% sure that it cannot follow you out. Even I'm not sure. I'm gonna check after when the time comes. So we don't know if it can follow you out. It's a possibility. Although if it follows you out, it's much easier because it's open ground. It's much easier to
Daylight.
just get away
It's
from
also
it.
broad daylight.
Yeah, that's why I don't know. Maybe it can follow you, but maybe it can't. It says in the adventure. I remember
It
it saying
probably could, but it probably doesn't want to because it's broad daylight.
yeah,
And it has
something
food
like that.
inside.
Something like that. But we'll see. If
Yeah.
if it gives me any opening to follow, it will follow you though. Like I want to play all these enemies. I don't want to cut you any breaks or anything like that. So just keep that in mind. There's a small chance it can follow you out. But like I said, you should be able to scatter then, and you'll be able to because that heal spell, that channel energy, I think has a lot of radius. So if Beak stays out of the way of everybody and just keeps healing, you should be fine. We'll see though. Maybe you can sacrifice the Hulk.
Yeah, it's about time, damn it. Most dramatic moment of the movie.
Let me pull out the nauseating.
Hawk, no, we've been through so much together.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Bashadric Orcface.
Oh, because it was during his turn. Yeah, that's if you did it during the monster's turn, it would say by cockroach swarm. Yeah, I remember that happened another time too.
Okay.
Yeah, go back to his turn first then. But yeah, you still have to delete stuff from the chat anyway, but
Shadrick's orc face nauseates
he
me.
puked on me. That's because of his orcish face. I saw it and now I'm vomiting. Can't believe he looks like that.
So why didn't I notice this before?
Okay, so we fixed that. Jesus. Fantasy Grounds
Yeah, you
is
got a lot of errata.
Yeah, it has a lot of features. It's a feature. It's just the errata. Yeah, definitely. I don't know if I'm ever actually going to sit down and fix all that stuff, but even just having that thing there is helpful. It's amazing how epic this battle is, even though it's just like 5 creatures in a little box in a little room, and it's just epic. My mind is just very epic. Okay, so it's your choice, Beak, between healing everybody. Like we said, Kelos has a 60% chance of dragging out successfully. A 60% is not that good. It's not that good. It's a decent chance, but and the thing is, if he fails, does that mean that he stays inside? Hold on, no. First he's gonna move out.
Depends on where I
he'd
go.
move out, yeah,
I would move to the outside and try to drag him out.
Okay,
Yep.
so in that case, the only person who is in. Let me say something else. What if Beak moves in to move out and then he fails? Then Kelos is gonna have to stand on the same square as Beak and roll to pull out. And then if he fails, they're gonna stay on the same square. And you know what? The player's handbook has a rule for what happens if people stay on the same square. So let's really quickly look at it. It's a special case of ending your square on somebody. It should be around page 190, something like that. Yeah, tactical movement, maybe at 192, 193, moving through a square. Yes. Accidentally ending movement in an illegal space. Page 194. Okay. I'll put it on Discord. Have you guys come close to death on pretty much every session?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
That is insane how close we're getting.
Well, each of these encounters is pretty tough. They're not like standard encounters, like you said.
No, and you need to know shit. Like, definitely, like, we have 5 heads thinking about it. Really, we have 5 people thinking, including the GM who knows everything he was supposed to. At least he's supposed to. Okay, I put the rules on Discord. That is very, very good rule. I like it. Very smart. So that would mean that if Beak moved forward to pull and he failed, and if Kelos tried to
I would
pull
have
and
to
he
move
failed
past
too,
him and then back into the space
back
if I
into the
wanted to
space.
end up outside.
But you would be exactly in the space where you would end up being in the same square with. You would end up in the square you're now because you would
Yeah,
have
you
to.
Well,
come back.
if I went past all of them and went one spot behind Beakman and then back into Beakman's spot to pull, then I'd end up on the other side, I think.
That does make sense, and you would have enough. Yeah, we definitely have enough movement for that. Unless I decree. No, you would have enough movement for that. So, well, the chances of both of them failing to drag him out are quite slim. I don't know the math, but it's quite slim. The question is, let's think of the worst. The worst scenario is if everybody fails and Jubal stays there.
Yeah, you can try again next round because I won't be killed. If I take 6 damage, I'll just be dropped, incapacitated, and dying, and then they could try again next round to drag me out.
Yes, and Matthias.
I'm not encouraged. Just saying.
Matthias would get to play before the swarm.
Right? Yeah, he could get into
Okay, Big, it's up to you. Heal or drag?
Let me see the hit points. Just a second, let me see how much damage that thing is doing. Okay, it's rolling a d6, right? Okay.
Oh, well, you can, you know.
Yeah. We are all of us are quite injured anyway, so it's not like healing isn't the worst thing. I'll have to do it eventually. So.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. It was with abilities, channel energy.
Yeah, let's see how you do it. Pull out your character sheet, go to abilities, and okay, I'll tell you what you do. Pull that blue ribbon from channel energy into the chat log.
I just realized, is that blue ribbon? That's actually the Paizo logo, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. From a distance, yeah, it looks like a ribbon.
Yeah,
You get
it
up
is.
close. It's
It's
the wizard, the wizard
ribbon.
dude.
It's
Yeah, it's like a
be
wizard or something.
It's a golem. That's called the
Oh,
Paizo
okay.
golem. Yeah, I saw that
Okay.
in the. Okay,
Yeah, I
so
never looked at it
now
closely.
roll 1d6, and I'm gonna change that you have 2 left. Oh wow, that's awesome. Okay, and let's really quickly. I think you have everybody, but let's. By the way, you would also be healing the swarm if you had taken any damage.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is not the case, right? We haven't done anything to it.
No, we don't know how to damage it. And any monsters nearby, maybe in that other house, there's a monster in there that's injured and it just got healed.
Remember the little ankig? It wasn't quite dead.
Yeah, it's still alive. Yeah, exactly. Bring it back to life.
30-foot radius. So yeah, everything is healed. And so first of all, Jubal goes to zero to full hit points. Careless goes to 1 hit point lost, and Shadrick himself 2 hit points lost. So everybody's pretty good now. Wait, I want to type something. No, I'm not going to type anything. So everybody's fixed, and so you've done this, but you can also move Beak. You can also move up to 30 feet.
You should probably move away a little bit just in case. If he can only drag me 5 feet, he would be landing on your square, and then if because of that roll, he'd get kicked back into the building. Right?
What if I move in here to that square?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, moving there. How do I remove that marker that I placed?
Use both mouse buttons at the same time.
There you go.
And now it's careless.
Yeah, all right.
Can you push instead of dragging?
Yeah, push. I think according to the book, it says pushing and dragging. It treats them the same way.
Okay,
it says like up to 5 times your maximum load. Yeah.
Let this keep moving on me. Hold on.
He
There
wants
we go.
to start the action from the outside so that he fails. He will end up in the outside.
Yeah, he'll be in safety if he fails. Exactly.
He could start the action from inside, but it doesn't. It's better not to.
I'll do this. So I guess in that case,
Well, I guess it works both ways. Like if he attempted to push and he failed, he could then just move outside and end his turn.
And then you type. I try to drag Jubal out. Control Enter. Oh, you already tried it.
put that in there already.
And then just roll the strength check.
Roll the strength. All right. Of course.
I don't think you've rolled above a double-digit number in quite some time. Or no, you rolled 20.
Like,
You rolled
the
that 20.
fortitude, and that's it. But yeah, I always roll like under 7, apparently. So I guess, is that my action? Is that everything I can do?
So
I guess that's it, right?
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Right. Oh, okay, I was gonna say maybe write a description of what
Hold on a
happened.
sec, because I was writing, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Well, as long as he doesn't have to apply any status effects, it should be fine.
Yeah, I'm just saying, just for the chat log, that's all.
Yeah.
History.
Okay, the bird plays and just flutters around.
What does this bird do?
Just flutters around right there. And
It's there for moral support.
Jubal is nauseated. He can't play. And next, Matthias.
I guess.
And I guess Matthias could also try dragging now.
Would I have to step into the square that he's in?
You would have to, step into Kellis' square.
I'm reading that nauseated characters can take a single move action per turn.
You see that somewhere?
Yeah, I found it on the website. I didn't find it in the book, but I looked up all the conditions on the website. Let me see. Hold on.
Okay. No.
Yeah, I see in the book. Creatures with a nauseated condition experience stomach distress. They're unable to attack, cast spells, concentrate on spells, or do anything else requiring attention. The only action such a character can make is a single move action per turn.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Why?
While vomiting, I run out. Page 568.
Okay, Jesus, are you kidding me now? Let me pull out where did I see? I saw somewhere that they cannot do anything, and I think it might be in the description of the swarm. So it might have a
Oh yeah,
specific.
maybe it overrides it. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yep.
Maybe, but I'm not sure. So you know what? I'm gonna really quickly. It might be bullshit. I'm gonna quickly look in the adventures. Sometimes. Oh. So you're telling me that all this time we did not need the freaking drag checks at all?
Well, one time when Beak fell, he was unconscious. Then it made sense then. But with Kilos, he could have run out on his own, I guess. Did we skip his turn that one round when he was nauseated?
When he fell unconscious, we took that back.
We
the
rolled
whole
that back.
Yeah,
round
that's what I'm
we-
saying. Yeah, that one time, correct. But other than that, yeah, this is as far as canon is concerned. Yes, we could have been running this whole time.
Why the fuck did I not? Why did I assume that you cannot do anything at all? There has to be something.
Does it say in the monster's description of like the effect that it causes?
No, the monster really has nothing other than the base stats, and then it just says special attacks distraction, and you click on distraction, and you go to the distraction ability, and it says it's nauseated for 1 round, and I click on the nauseated. I must have clicked on it, and okay, you know what? Okay, you know what happened? I just did not read the whole thing. I read nauseated creatures are unable to attack, cast spells, concentrate, or do anything else require attention. And then I just did not read the last sentence. The thing you're telling me is in the last sentence, and I just did not read there. My eyes skipped. And okay, so it was my bad. Well, but you survived.
Right. Yeah. Well, I guess that
that's
makes it like Dan was saying how scary it is to get nauseated every round. But at least if you have the ability to escape, at least then even if you keep getting nauseated, you can still run out. So
So it's you. So it's basically, what have you lost? The only thing you have lost because of my mistake is the one channel energy that maybe. Well,
yeah,
I
we
think
probably want to do that anyway because we were so damaged.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Dan had a bunch of damage, so I think maybe nobody else was taking damage, or maybe one more person. Definitely. Okay, so
But then maybe Dan would have wanted to move farther away because he's right in the entrance. Because I mean, you can let it stay that he tried to drag me, but if it wasn't necessary, he maybe wanted to run farther away to get as far away from the building.
Yeah,
And then
Yeah,
I'm
if
gonna
it wasn't
run on my
necessary, I
turn.
would have probably
okay,
moved a little farther.
well, look. We can just put it down to you guys just being stunned or something. I mean,
It's part of the action too. Like he was trying to help me out.
Now, in terms of rules, there's no way for us to fix this. But in terms of narrative, we can just say that you were stunned in there, and you could run, but you've never had anything like this happen to you, so you just didn't. But
Yeah, and he
now
still
you
attempted
can
to
run.
drag me. Yeah. I think it makes
So-
sense because he was just so shocked. He tried to drag me out. He failed to, and then
Okay,
now
so
I'm
go
gonna
ahead and
run out. Yep.
And now it makes sense to use a lot of your movement because there's nobody else to move, and you have 30 feet. So and you
Yeah,
don't get
exactly.
attacks of opportunities.
Oops. I'm kind of scared to go far away because if I go close to this other, well, I'm not gonna enter that new building. I guess as long as I don't do that, I'm okay. I think.
Okay. Matthias plays now, right? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna back up to where Chupal is. Just right here.
Okay, so you just move there, and then the swarm. So now the question is, does it follow you or not? And I'm afraid to say. I will read to you exactly what it says in the adventure, okay? The swarm is reluctant to stray too far from the building in bright daylight, and instinctively chooses not to pursue very far, opting instead to return to the dark and safety of the provisions building. So, for the ghost from the chapel, I had exact instructions of how far it would chase you, and I wasn't telling you that obviously because it was a spoiler. But for this thing does not want to chase you far, but it will chase you, okay? Because it says so. I'm gonna move it, boom, right here, and that means that immediately it's gonna target you, and you're gonna get automatic damage basically. Let me fix. I just want to fix the targeting now. Oh wait, clear this, and then Chadrick and Kellis, and boom. So Kellis is good still. Chadrick is again with 1 key point. And you both have to roll 40 to check. At least now it's not a huge deal. Man, I love the graphics of the swarm and the size.
Now you
I actually
roll.
rolled decently this time.
Yep.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't make much of a difference, like we're saying, because we're not going to attack anyway. It's just kind of gross because you're barfing.
Speak for yourself. I'm getting revenge.
Well, you're covered with vomit right now. You were vomiting earlier. Yeah. So was I. So, no judgment.
Okay. And Shadrick. Keep in mind you have, I think, two.
Yeah. So how far can I move? 30 feet?
I think if you spend the entire round running, you can go up to quadruple your speed. I just read that.
No. If it's a straight line, if it's the whole round, it's 60 feet, and then if it's a straight line or something like that, it might be quadruple. I'm not sure, but there's no point. There's no straight line here. Yeah, so you can move 30 feet. I just told you it's not gonna chase you far.
Pursue.
So your 30 feet should be fine, without jumping into another monster.
Well, I was thinking about running directly to the east, but I don't know if crossing, crossing the square where the cockroach swarm does any effect or anything. Because I don't want to stray too far from the others.
There are no attacks of opportunity, so you should be okay.
You're fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, so 30 feet, huh?
Although, I guess technically, I see when he moved towards us, we got an attack of opportunity on him, but there's nothing we can really do that,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you can cast now if you want, but because you move 30 feet, I think you won't be able to, let me see. Oh no, you
Yeah.
could.
You could do a standard action.
Oh yeah, you're
I
right.
think
You're right.
you can replace your standard action with a move action, so you could move double your speed.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to move. I'm just saying if he wants
Yeah, it's up to him.
to cast a spell, then
But I don't know how
to
far
do it.
away you have to get from it.
He's still within the
How-
boundary of the spell, right? Kalos, I mean. Yeah, I guess I'll cast it again. So
Hold on, let me see. How many? Right now, you're the problem. You're the one who has the most damage, and it's unlikely. You know, I'm telling you right now, he's not gonna. The storm is not gonna follow you all that way. So nobody else is going to benefit much from this spell,
Okay.
from the channel energy. Kelos, the most you can get back is 3 hit points. It's something, but it's not. You could save it if you want. You just, you'd be very vulnerable. So, you probably wouldn't want to go into another building.
Did he have Cure Light Wounds? He could just cast it on himself.
No, I don't think so. Hold on. Actions.
I think I can cast Cure Light Wounds, right? I just need to.
Oh, you're right. You're right. The cause fear. You need to, instead of cause fear, he could cast Cure Light Wounds. So he could do it on himself. Yeah, he could do Cure Light Wounds on himself.
Yeah, I think I'll do
So-
that.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
bit risky running with 1 hit point, so it makes sense.
So the way we do that is, let me pull out. I need to replace. What happens if I just pull Cure Light Wounds and I just drop it here? And then delete cause fear. It says prepare 0. Add spell. Oh.
So
Add spell.
I don't need to prepare it, right? If I understand correctly.
No, the way I understand it, no, you don't. Hold on, level 1. Okay. 1 sec first. So, oh yeah, it's standard mode, and I should be in the preparation mode. There we go. That's why I couldn't do it. So, boom. Combat mode. Beak, if you go to the bottom of your action sheet, you see where it says mode.
Mode, combat. Yeah.
Okay, so it's combat now. Click on combat. Click on combat 1. See what happens. Standard. And click again.
Preparation.
And
Oh.
click again. Combat. So now that I fixed your preparation, now you can use it for combat. And the way you use it is. Oh, I think I know. Yeah, I know how you do it. Okay. First, look what you're gonna do. You see next to Cure Light Wounds, there's a cross. Drag and drop this cross on your character on the battle.
Okay.
No. Oh.
Yeah, that was it, right?
That was
Stats.
it. But you know
Oh,
what?
okay.
You should have clicked to the left of Cure Light Wounds. Click the little circle. Yes.
Oops.
So we did it the wrong way around. Remember when you wanted to cast light? First, you click the circle next to cast light, and then you. So no, we did the wrong way around. It doesn't matter. But now you see how it does, and now it's removed it from your preparation, so you cannot see it anymore.
Right.
And now you're full hit points, and you can hit next. Well, I'll hit next for you. And it's careless.
All right, so let me move a thing here so I can see better. There we go. All right, so actually, yeah, that would be my full move.
Okay, go again, because you
Oh.
said actually, and I
Yeah, I thought I was thinking of something else, but
yeah.
you know, hold on, it might be. See if it lets me. Oh no. I'm gonna spread out a bit, just in case.
Okay, you moved, and is there anything else you want to do?
Can't really. No, I don't really have anything I can use against him. Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything else. So that'll be it for my
Okay.
turn.
So Tobias flies away from there
Poor bird.
and goes on the roof of the building here. And then hold on a sec. I want to do something I haven't done already. I want to put on the map a new icon. Okay, and I'm just gonna put the I'm gonna call it. Well, you can see now in your key of the colony, number 6 is the building I just added. And I have added the text that you've seen. I have not added a name for the building. Can you write there, or do I have to write for you?
I can't type. Nothing happens.
I can't write it either.
Okay, if you
Thank
It's
you.
want
read
to write,
only.
Yeah, read only. Yeah, it's locked. Yeah,
Yeah.
top.
okay, if you want to write a name for the building, tell me what name you want, and I'll write it there. So you can read the description, and you can give the building a name.
Food storage or something like that.
Well,
Yeah, it
whenever you're
sounds like
saying the
it's
word
a
provision
storehouse.
building or something, was that? Did you say that verbally or was that in text? I can't remember.
No, I think Icy mentioned it was a provisions building.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we could
But
call it
either way, yeah, just
a storehouse.
I'll probably forget what that means. So just because it clearly has food and stuff, so it's like yeah, it's like a
Well,
pantry almost.
Pantry? Yeah,
I'm
pantry
gonna
makes
put it.
sense.
I'm gonna put food storage there
Yeah,
because it
that's fine.
sounds the best from what Big said. Everything that it describes is food, so it makes sense that the cockroaches would be there, doesn't it?
Yep.
Uh, okay, and like I said, you should pull the blue thingy down on your hotbar so you can have that easy to take. Okay, it's your turn, Shane.
Okay, so I'm no longer nauseated, I believe.
You're not, so let me remove that.
Okay, and then I'll just move. I assume this should be far enough, but we'll see. That's good enough. I don't want to get too far from the party, even if I could run farther. It's not worth the risk. So.
Jameson, you're awake, right?
Oh, okay. That was
You're up.
shake. Okay. gonna keep it next to shade. Ready?
Okay, I'm gonna delete that because it doesn't make any sense. You know, you don't have to move in squares.
Yeah. You're right.
And if you guys are done, you can click next turn on your own. You know where it is, right? That's it. And the swarm moves inside.
Back to its house.
And music to your ears. Raise the beach volume if you have lowered it before for the other music. And that's it. I'm removing it from the coma tracker. I just got a notification on my phone that Istolri made a new board for Tailspire. It's called The Crescent, City and Arena. So I have that guy, every time he makes a video, I get a message. Man, if we could play 16-player West Marches and Tailspire, but when we started playing, I had no idea what West Marches was. Big, do you remember if you've rolled any ones recently?
I think not. I've been rolling pretty decent rolls.
Remind me when you roll a 1, if you can. Okay? Next time you roll a 1, if you can remember it.
Okay, okay.
Because something happens.
Alright.
Maybe you can make a little note for yourself. I don't know. I have it in GM's notes, but I should have it in front of me the whole time. And by the way, guys, I have started a little calendar. I'm not 100% sure if it's accurate. Last time, day 1, you arrived at the island around in the morning, midday, around there, and then you were attacked. Let's stop what we're doing now and let's try to make a little calendar. And in the future, I'm gonna sit through the videos and everything. I'm gonna double check it. I just need a rough calendar right now. You arrived day 1. You got off the boat. You got attacked by the 2 goblin octopus, and then you went all the way up to the tents, the collapsed tents. You found a tent that was standing, and then you slept there. And then when you woke up, it must have been evening or dark. So what did you do? You slept again? I can't. That's what I have. But the main thing was that. It doesn't make any sense after you woke up to do any exploration because you would have needed a light and we would have had to do torches and shit like that. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's why I assume we woke up in the evening and then we just went back and we just stayed until the morning and then went south and then encountered the Blood Maze.
Exactly. You encountered the Blood Maze, and then after the Blood Maze,
morning.
you slept again, right?
Yeah, we slept again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we.
There's a building near the field. We slept in there.
That's it. And then you woke up the next day, tropical shower, and then then you're later in that day. You're like midday. Okay, I have it. And I'm gonna double check it, but I think that's it. So You guys can continue talking, and you might want to move together. You're too far to talk and everything. You know, you might want to cluster somewhere.
Now, did we the previous building we were in, the long rectangular one from the last session? I can't remember. Did we search it well enough? Or should
We
I say
searched
something
that
like,
one
hey,
pretty thoroughly, but we didn't
we?
search
Okay.
the second long rectangular one. We haven't gone
Yeah,
over
we
there at all.
haven't even entered that one yet.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Keep in mind that your priest, your cleric has 2 channel energies left, so 2d6. If you- And your wizard hasn't cast any magic on himself, so he still has all 3 of them. Shaden, I just want to remind you, you probably know this, and your remark to burn down the whole colony. Wait, you and Kelos is probably in jest, but as I
Well, I was
explained,
joking mostly about that building.
yes.
Specifically.
In any case, just in case anybody doesn't remember or hasn't read it, this colony is, you know, you all, the entire ship that came here assumes that the colony is, you know, the buildings are here, the provisions are here, the tools are here, and you need all this stuff to survive. It would be the giant disaster if something were happen to the colony and it's uninhabitable. You know, you're actually going to be living, as far as you know, in one of these houses. Like one of these houses is going to be given to you. You know, and the vegetable patches, that's where you're going to be growing your food, etc., etc. So you're definitely super invested in getting this place working, unless you're suicidal or you have some other crazy plan. I don't know, but you know, you're 6 weeks away from civilization, and yeah, keep all that in mind. So.
Yep. So this building, we already got a description of it, I think, right? Because we.
Let me see.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yes,
besides it
yes,
stands another
yes.
mud wall building. Yep. Yeah, tool house. Okay.
But I'm gonna give it to you again anyway.
Yep.
And since you already have a bit of a description, I'm gonna put a number there.
What's this circle? Is that like a fire pit?
Hold on a sec. Maybe I have something to show you.
I just wanted to check it really fast.
Yeah. I think I have something to give you.
Can I hit the shutters of the window to see if I can open it?
I'll tell you in 1 second, because now I wanna resolve the action of.
All right.
Yeah. When you see that hand, don't type anything else. But anyway, yeah, that's useful. I'm just going to give you now a description of pretty much the entire center of the colony, that square thing. You could have said, I'll look over in the direction of the fire pit. It's the same thing. Like, you cannot really look at one of these things, you know, without seeing the other. The chat log box is so junky, you cannot even highlight text to delete it. You have to delete text one letter at a time. Move your character on the fire pit, near the fire pit, so I can give you. Okay, I'm gonna move you to the fire pit. And I'm gonna put one more number token on the map. So 8 right here. So your key there has 2 more locations at the bottom.
So what were you saying, Beakman, about the window?
Oh,
Yes,
I was asking if I can, I don't know, hit the window with the shutters with my greatsword or something to see if we can get it open.
Let me check it out.
Yeah, maybe move next to the building. I'm not sure where the window is, but
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Okay, so you move there, and you want to hit, just type whatever you want to do, and then control enter. Oh, I see, you want to break it down. Yeah, so when you first arrive in the, well, I think I do have exact rules of how you will break doors and the windows here. It's at the beginning, okay. Yeah, I have the exact numbers here. We just have to figure out the mechanics.
is this like bash open doors?
It's a shutter window. Can you guys tell me what shutter? The shutter means that it's closed.
Yeah, the 2 rectangular things are
Shutters.
slapped over it.
Yeah.
So, but you might be able to open though. I don't. Depends if they're locked or not. But yeah, the 2 rectangles are side by side. And they're on hinges.
Okay, So
They
the
open
shutter
with
doesn't
sides.
mean locked, right? Necessarily.
Yeah, shutter just means the shutters are closed. Yeah, but it could be locked in addition. But shutter just means the shutters are closed.
Oh, like I thought about, I don't know, a couple of boards, as if the window was boarded up, and I didn't think it of.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you might be able to just open the shutters unless they're locked.
It says here in the adventure there are no locks except where noted.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, it keeps really a lot of
But
description.
many of
All
the
the
building's
doors.
doors can be barred from within. So within it can be barred, I guess, if you have a bar or something. I don't know. But yeah, there's no locks. So, oh no, it can be barred from within means there's a latch or something from inside. So there's no lock. It's just a latch from inside. But we're talking about doors. As far as windows, it doesn't sound like any of the windows are locked unless noted. So all you have to do is the windows, usually they open the shutters outwards or inwards. I think
Yeah,
outwards.
it's outwards exactly.
Yeah, shutters usually open outwards.
There's some houses that have fake shutters. You ever seen where they just have it looks like
Yeah,
open
I've seen
shutters
those.
to the left and right, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's just actually it's really common. Pretty much all houses have that. I never really picked up on it when I was a kid, but it's supposed to simulate, the idea that the shutters are open, but you don't literally have shutters anymore. It's kind of like an old thing.
Maybe after the hit, the shutters just, open.
Yeah, maybe you don't have to be so violent, Shatter. You can just open the shutters.
Oh,
You don't
Yeah.
have to
the
destroy
shutters were
everything.
open.
Hold on. So all you have to do is type, I open the shutters. And look
I have to
inside.
go AFK for a sec. I'll be back.
Okay.
That's well played.
Okay, give me a sec. I just wanna hold on a sec. Let me see if you are you sitting on the. Okay, so we don't know exactly which square the door is. Oh, we do know. I think. I think the door is here. Don't you think? Like, look at the road. Yeah. Yeah, it does make a huge difference.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah. So if you want to go in, you have to go in through this square.
Oh, hold on. I should go on first, but hold on. Let's see.
Yeah, read what's.
So it's from the top. It's right here.
Yes.
Oops, sorry, I messed up. All right, so I guess I'll wait for people to.
Can you cancel your own move order? Is there
You
any-
can. It just takes a while. I have to like right-click on it.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me try. I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah,
So
I
if
just
I
wanna-
do,
yeah, I wanna test
if I
it
do
out.
this, and then you can just I can cancel it. Hold on. It says.
I just
Yeah, where is it? Oh, you gotta click on the move, cancel move. Yeah, there we go. All right, so I'll step inside.
I have to remove the 7 out of the way because the 7 is a token.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you.
Oh yeah, I can
7
click
is
it. Too.
alive. It's gonna attack you. Even the token numbers are gonna start attacking you.
Why? This place really is cursed.
So you say it's dark, but some light floods in. But could I cast a light spell inside, make it more
Yes.
visible? Okay, hold on, I'll do that. I don't know why I can't move. I have this weird green line that just suddenly appeared from my character. Do you see it, or is it just on my screen?
I do see it, but I don't know why it's there. And
Yeah, that's my. Oh, there you got rid of it. Okay.
I
got
moved
it.
you. That's why it cleared it. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
It's like the other building where, with the window open or the door open, the light is dim, and that means that if you try perception and searching, you can have penalties. Whereas if you start a light spell, then you can have no penalty.
Yeah. Could I cast it through the window, so I don't have to actually step inside?
It's not gonna work really because oh, you want to cast it on something. I think you need to touch. Let me see.
No, I want to cast dancing lights. It creates 4 little floating torches within a 10-foot radius.
Okay, I need to read the spell. We've never done it before.
Yep. 100-foot range. Wow.
I wouldn't be surprised if the tools just start flinging themselves at us.
I was
now.
actually thinking of it kind of reminds me of what happened in the chapel. I think you see what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
the tool's gonna lift off the wall, and
That's what I was thinking.
yeah, I'm kind of worried
He's
about
just
that.
gonna come fly at us.
Too suspicious. It's amazing
I'll
the
take,
cockroaches
I'll-
didn't throw,
I'll make
they didn't
some
throw garlic at
space.
us.
Yeah, I'll make some space around the doorway. I'll go over here a little bit.
Well, I think you just walked right in the doorway, right? You're just
I
standing
did,
there.
but now I'm walking
That's
past
fine.
a little bit to leave some space.
Duration is only 1 minute, whereas so we have to be casting it every minute. Whereas the priest spell, you know what? It might be better for you to not do it because.
But it's a level 0, so I can just keep doing it every minute.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, as long as we just if we're in combat, we have to be careful. But outside of combat, we can just assume I keep refreshing it every minute.
Yeah, definitely.
Because like the priest spell hit, it's always on his sword. This one they'll be in the room, so it's not attached to any of us.
10-foot area. So 10-foot area doesn't really cover the whole room. The room is 10 by 40. Is it 1, 2? No, 10 by
Right.
20.
20,
So
yeah.
it,
Yeah.
it would cover half the. Whereas if the priest did his, or wait, the priest have light or no? No, I don't think he has light. If Jameson does his, then is it Jameson? Oh, he has light.
I know it was a Shadrick because he cast it on his sword.
Okay.
What's the
yes. So Shadrick can just do it again and do the whole room without us having to bother with it. So we're not gonna bother with this.
But so his has a larger radius. It's like 30 feet or something.
His is definitely the whole room. Let me see how much. it is 20-foot radius, and it's actually 40-foot radius. So 20-foot radius around him, he has normal light. Even if it's pitch dark, even if it's pitch black, 20 feet around him is normal light. And then another 20 feet further just raises the light by one step. So if further out the light is pitch black, it means it's dim. And if it was dim, it means it's normal. And if it was normal, no, up to normal light. So it doesn't go higher than normal. So his range is actually 40 feet. It's huge. And he can do it once for 10 minutes per level. So if he went to levels, it's going to be 20 minutes. Yours sounds like something you can do if he's not around and you need light.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. But it's just a lot of the level 0 spells, they're kind of conditional and stuff. But it's good to have redundancy. And this, I have a 100-foot range, so I could just do it, off in the corner somewhere.
Okay, I'm not gonna.
Whatever. I mean, I'm just wondering. Like, I don't want to. I want to.
I get it.
Let me put it this way: I've never cast a spell yet in this game, so this is my opportunity to do it. So it's pretty exciting.
Okay, so what you do is, well, first I have to understand how this works. So you have to choose one of several modes. You want to create 4 lights that resemble lanterns or torches, or 4 glowing spheres, or 1 faintly glowing, vaguely humanoid shape. So you have these 3 options.
Huh. Yeah, just 4 torches is fine. I've read this spell before, but I never caught that vaguely humanoid shape. That's kind of interesting. I wonder if that could help with the cockroaches, distract them or something. Anyway.
So you need to type something first of all. You need to type that I guess dancing. I don't know how you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say like, let me light up the room or something.
Well, okay, fair enough. Say it.
Oh, it's just the entrance. 'Cause I'll do it. I'm gonna do it. Right around where Kilos is standing. That 2x2.
Okay, move then.
Yep. Oh, sorry, I was in the chat. Do I need to end her to do it, or I could? I'm peering in the entrance, and then I'll just cast it.
As long as you have line of sight, I think, right?
Yeah, so I'm just basically doing it on the corner, the bottom right corner of your square is the origin of it. Just drop it there, and then.
You could not, for example, do it here. You see, if we had now line of sight, you would not. That square that I point at would be dark for you. You would not be able to access.
Oh, yeah,
it.
I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Right.
But you can do this square, for example, or that square, or this square, or this square.
I think I could. So I'll just do it like that.
Just draw a line. Look, if you draw a line from, yeah. So in any case, yeah, that's the square that you want. Okay, you can remove your thingy.
Okay.
Range is 100 feet. Okay. So in that, okay, fair enough. In that area, so you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna teach you something, guys, today. At the top of I think you all have pinned the map, right? You all have pinned the map on the background. So if you go to the top, there's some tools, there's some commands. So from the left, zoom to fit, mask mode, drawing mode. Click on drawing mode.
Yep.
And then you can draw. Look. And you draw with your color of the dice. So each one of us has his own. And when you want to delete something, next to the draw there is a delete. It's called.
Oh crap!
Oh, erase mode.
Oh, okay.
Erase
Okay.
mode.
There you go.
So make sure you get everything when you erase. Let me see. I can erase you as well. And then so now, why don't you put? I want you to actually decide which version of the spell you want. And I want you to draw it in the square. But before you draw it, okay, you know what you do? Okay, fair enough. I figured it out. Go to dancing lights, and to the left of the dancing lights, there's the little circle. Click on the little circle.
Okay.
Then to the right of dancing lights, there should be a die. If there's no die, click on the. Oh, you know why there's no die? I think because mode is standard, and it should be. Wait. Standard. Is there a die right next to die?
No, I saw you changing the mode there, but yeah, I never saw a die up here.
Okay, click to the magnifying glass, and then there will be a die right under.
Oh, I see. Cast. Yeah.
Yes. Click that.
Yeah.
Okay, and the next thing is you draw this thing in the square. with your
Okay.
marker.
So do you want me to draw like basically just four little lanterns?
Yes, if that's what you want, and then I'll describe it.
Okay. I'm gonna try my best, but like so, I assume this is something like they're about. It's like a 10-foot radius like that, right?
Yeah, but I don't want you to take that much space. You know, the light is just a dot. Just put those 4 dots.
All right. Oh, I can't do a dot. You have to kind of drag a little bit, seems. But I'll make it as small as possible.
Is somebody trying to move the? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I clicked on the token of the 7.
Okay, I'm gonna move the token out just to be. Try not to click on tokens on
Okay.
these numbers, or anybody else's basically except yours. Great. So let me. So which version is this? Is the tell me which version it is so I can describe it.
Yeah, they resemble torches.
Okay, and it has components, verbal and somatic. What does somatic mean? Is it?
think it's
Movements of the
movement.
body.
Yeah,
Like moving your hands or something.
like gestures and stuff.
Right, yeah, gestures is a good word. I like all the spells to have this because then it matters. Like if you're tied up, for example, then you wouldn't be able to do this. You can't move your hands, for example.
Stop everybody while I'm doing something. Would those just be like ethereal torches, or would they look like actual torches? What do you think, Dan?
Dancing lights? They usually look like will-o-wisp kind of things, don't they? Like little.
That's one of the options. There are 3 options. Like they can look like
Okay.
torches or will-o-wisps or
Well,
lanterns.
I guess they would just be torch fires, right?
Would they be kind of like figments?
Yeah, they wouldn't have like the
Ethereal
wooden part
figments.
wouldn't be there. It would just be like the light portion, wouldn't it?
Oh wait! I think we fucked it up. What I was explaining to you, Shaden. Basically, the torches appear in a 10-foot radius, but they cast normal torchlight, and normal torchlight is like 40 feet or something. So they light up everything.
Right. It's just they're distance from each other.
Exactly.
But
That's the main thing. That's the main thing. So you definitely light it up on your own.
If the radius is 10 feet, like what we just drew is actually a 5-foot radius, right? Because this is a
Okay.
diameter. This is a 10-foot diameter. This one. This is a 5-foot radius.
Yes, you're right.
But I was looking in
Okay.
the book for, yeah. I mean, again, I assume you can make it smaller. You could scrunch it. It's like at most 10 feet. Well, within. It says within a 10-foot radius. So
okay.
therefore, I chose 5 feet. It's fine. It's fine. Yep. Again, it is good we're doing this because I'm learning too as we're discussing this. So.
There we go. We did it. And you cast a spell. Congratulations.
Yay! I leveled up.
And
got
now
an
let me
achievement.
change the soundtrack.
Yeah. Well, I was wondering. Too,
No.
well, I guess it's up to you to say if we perception checks or scan the room.
Yeah. Tell me what you want.
Well, I did say I was watching
Well,
the tools. of suspension.
now that the room has been lit, I'm gonna give you an extra explanation.
Okay. Oh, guys, just a heads up that I'm going to have to go in about an hour.
Yep, that's no worry.
Gotcha.
Tailspire Stream Views plugin. They released a plugin for Tailspire Stream Views. What does that mean? Just like 5 minutes from the other guy that. Okay. I'm attempting to, because I haven't been doing this very. I'm attempting to update your key in real time because I haven't been doing it very well. So yeah, I've updated it now. Okay, now I'm putting this. So that means you can think, but you cannot type anything for a sec. Still don't type anything. Still. I will tell you when you can start typing.
What does that symbol mean again?
Which symbol?
That symbol is a whisper direct from me to you, so only you can see that.
Okay. So this
I
is
know
for me.
it's
Okay. All right.
Yep. And I want to see if anybody else gets the same message. That's why I've stopped the game, basically. Only you can see the dragon.
It's like, guys, there's a dragon in here. You don't see it? It's right
Always.
there.
You have to roll a sanity check if we
Yeah.
think you're crazy.
Now play.
Now we can play? All right.
Oh, Shadrick wasn't inside yet. Okay, so I'm putting you inside, so that what I sent you makes sense. Otherwise, if you were sitting outside, it doesn't make sense. Basically, anybody who had a wisdom more than 12 or 1 rank in survival got that message. So, Careless and Shadrick. Jameson, are you trying to speak? I'm not sure if your voice is coming through. Okay,
I keep hearing little bits. But
There's something happening with your mic. We can't hear you. Okay, guys, stop playing until we figure out what's going with Jameson.
you hear me?
Keep speaking, are you?
I heard you ask.
How's
Can you
this
hear me
here?
Okay. I think I can hear you, but you're saying 1 or 2 words are cutting out. Is it because you're cutting out or because you're only saying 2 words? I don't know. You have to say it more than 2 words.
I think I'm cutting out. How does this sound?
Okay, that sounds a bit better now.
Yeah, there's static more than there was usually, but I could make out what you're saying.
I was saying before that I have 1 rank of survival, and I didn't check it. Oh, I guess my wisdom's.
Okay, hold on. No. If you have 1 rank in survival, you should have gotten the thing. But I did not look for your survival. I did not expect you to have rank in survival. No, you don't have rank in survival. I'm looking at you.
Yeah, I don't think wizards have that, unless you took it for some reason.
All I
Well,
need
it's
is it 2
Not a
check
class
or
skill,
1?
but they could still get it.
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
you can do whatever you want.
It's
well,
not your
maybe one of those
bonus,
traits
it's
gave it.
ranks. You have to have ranks in it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm trying to hear Jameson now. What were you saying? You
Is
asked
that
something?
the 2 check marks or just 1?
Okay, let me explain to you. I was confused by that for a long time too. The check marks are not the ranks. The ranks are the first square. If you scroll to the top, you see where it says ranks? It says name and then ranks, doesn't it?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So that row, that column, is the ranks. So you have ranks in knowledge arcana, geography, history, local, mobility, and spellcraft. So that's where the ranks are. Now, what the ticks are. The first tick is not important at all. It's bullshit. It just means mouse over above the top tick where it has the 3 lines. You see where it has the 3 lines?
Yeah.
It says show on mini. Show on mini, to me, I think there's like a mini view of your sheet, and then it's.
Yeah,
Right.
the bottom left corner, it says mini. If you click that, it shows a small version of the sheet, so it'll exclude those skills that you don't want to show on there. But I never look at that view anyway,
Yeah.
so.
Don't click on anything without telling me first and without asking me.
Yeah.
So the show on mini, the first tick is basically meaningless. It has no. It's just for show. It's not mechanically important. The second tick, the second row is important. The ones that are ticked are the class skills. These are the skills that are best for your class to take ranks in, because you get a +3 with the first rank on the roll, and then every rank after you get a +1. So it makes more sense to take ranks in class skills. You can take ranks in other skills that are not your class, like survival, but you're just not going to be very good at it. Plus, it's going to be based, like survival, for example, is based on your wisdom, and your wisdom is 10, so it's not very good, you know. So that's where that mystery went. I don't think so. Does anybody else have survival? Let me check, because I didn't check anybody. I only checked.
But it doesn't matter because my wisdom was already high enough.
So let me real quick. Does Jubal have survival?
He just meant if any of the rest of us got that message. I don't know. I have no common sense, remember, so. Yeah.
And then Chadrick does not have survival. And then no, the only one with survival is Kelly. Okay, so
Yeah, the ranger.
No, I do have survival. I think it was one of the choices that we could do for this adventure.
Well, your trait, maybe your trait gives you a rank in it.
Oh, I don't have ranks in survival. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's.
okay, so you can play now.
Oh, I see.
Setting out again,
I
James.
put in there that I'm checking the tools.
Yeah. Where are we getting this from?
Yeah, it's Jameson's mic, I think.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it happened last time, but it wasn't, right away. Maybe it's after so many hours of use that it craps out.
Yeah, it happened for a little bit last time, yeah, and then it went away.
But it's towards the end of the session.
Yeah.
Oh man.
What's happening? Is that an old mic or something? What's happening, or is it not plugged in correctly or something?
I'm not sure. It was fine until now.
How long have you had it?
It's probably like 3 years old.
Okay. Well,
Am I still getting background?
right now, no. Right now, it seems to be okay. So let's continue playing. I check to see if the gold tools are in good condition. Okay, let me. If you wanna search or anything, you can type.
I typed in that I was checking the tools.
Yep. I'm ready. I'm beginning to try to respond
Oh,
to that,
okay.
but other people
Okay.
can also type. You cannot move like that. You have to move first in, Jameson, and then down. You cannot move diagonally through a door. The bird flutters above. It's above the roof. Okay, so Jubal and Matthias, roll perception. And okay, don't do anything else because
Oh, and I get a +3, so it should be 9.
bird.
+3 from the. Okay,
Yeah.
well, I'm gonna bring it then near you.
I'm gonna go AFK for a sec. I'll be back.
Okay. So try to remember it so that you put the +3 in the modifier box at the bottom left. Uh, Okay, we're waiting for Dan to get back because he has to roll survival. So he has to roll 2.
I'm back.
Right. Roll perception.
Oh, perception. All right.
Okay. I'm typing something. I'll be ready in a sec. Oh, let's see. Can you see anything in the chat log?
No, it only
Pardon?
shows that
No.
you're typing. Oh, wait,
Okay.
no, it's gone.
So I'm gonna put on the party sheet the box. You guys know how
Is
to
it-
bring out the party sheet, right? It's at the top right. There's the three.
eye.
So I want you to tell me something. I'm going to put the box there, and I want you to nobody take the box. Just click on the little ribbon to the right of the box, and tell
Yeah.
me if you see where it says icicle in the notes.
Yeah, that's all I
Yes.
see.
Yep.
You can see the icicle, right? That means that you know, many of these items have notes for me, not for you guys. But even when it's known ID, it still shows you the notes. So basically, every time they have notes, I have to remove them. That's why I put the icicle, just to make sure you see it. So now I'm removing it, and there's no other way. Like I have to put the notes in my personal notes. Okay, we're good. So basically, Jabal should take the box because unless you want to give it to somebody else. But you know how you do it, right? You open your inventory. Don't drop. You have to drop it right in your inventory along with all the other items. You don't want to drop it on your icon or anything like that.
Okay. I just drag the on above the number 1.
No, not the one. You drunk the
Okay.
blue ribbon. Remember
The
that
ribbon.
for the
Okay.
entire Fantasy Grounds inventory.
Okay. Yeah, there it is. Now is this it's a sealed box? Like is it is it like a Pandora's box and I just open it, or is it sealed in some way?
This is how the world ends.
Yeah, I mean, again, I can type stuff in character. I'm just wondering what I'm seeing right now in my hands.
Yeah.
Is it?
You're seeing exactly a wooden box with the words. Yeah, the box.
Okay.
If you
The
want,
lid-
I think if you want, you can say I examined the box.
Okay, fair enough.
You can type and Control Enter.
It had a trap on it. There was a small thread connected to it.
So I'm wondering when I saw, like, is this a carnival or something? House of Mirrors. Oh, a simple lock. I see.
We'll hop out of it. smash it open.
Is the music cutting out for other people too, or is it just me?
No, it's cutting off.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Sometimes I
breaking
wonder if
up.
it's my internet
It's breaking
connection.
up.
Okay. Every time it happens, I'm scared because I think the music's gonna change. I think this is something's gonna pop out of the box or something.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. It's breaking up on its own.
Yeah, it's breaking up for me too.
Guys, wait. You're not gonna try unlocking it?
Is that a skill that you have to have, or is there disarm? Was it disarm device, disable device? I think that's used for
It is.
like picking
It
locks
is.
and such.
This adventure tells me the DC for disabled device. So whoever
Yeah,
has
that's
the
usually
None
good
of us have
disabled
as a class skill. I think you need to be trained to do that. None of us have it as a class skill. I think only rogues can do that.
Rogues get it as a class skill, but I think so do bards.
No, I don't get it as a class skill.
No? Oh, okay. I
No.
think it's just rogues then, mostly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I guess I didn't take a rank in it either. I mean, I could if you let me move a skill point around, but
yeah,
I don't get it as a
yeah.
class
Look,
skill.
look. It's a big thing to not have in this disabled device. Let me see what else. Disabled device is huge. Like you can unlock a lot of shit. Even if your score is not perfect, it's a huge thing to actually have it in the group. And you have dexterity 16, so you already have. A rogue would have an extra +2 than you because
Right.
you could still have. What could you use that you have not used yet?
Yeah, I have a bunch. Hold on. Let me see.
You have a bunch. Yeah, you definitely have a bunch.
Probably one of the knowledge ones I could lock out. Like, I don't know if I've done knowledge of local, for example. I could just drop that for now. Or history or local. I don't know which one's more
Keep
important in a
mind,
campaign.
look, I can tell you 100% that you haven't used bluff, you haven't used intimidate, you haven't used perform oratory.
Right, I think
Look,
Right,
I'll tell you something. Perform oratory is something that the guys in the War for the Crown would need. And
No, I actually need that because for bardic performances I have to do a performance, and that's actually one of the best things a bard can do. I haven't done it in combat yet because it's never really a good situation hasn't arisen for it, but I have to have at least one perform. But like the rest of these, I mean, again, I can always put in a rank when I level up anyway. It's not like if I drop one of these, I can always get it back next level. So
okay.
just trying to think which one's the least
I'll
useful. Like
tell you
bluffing, I
something.
don't really have a use for bluffing, for example,
Okay,
right now.
bluff makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Now
Yeah.
let's move on and disable
And like
the
I
bluff.
said, like when I level up, I can always put a rank back in it.
Okay.
If the time. Yeah, it's
Okay,
fine.
so if you want, you can just type, I try to unlock the lock, and then after that, roll disable device.
Yeah, did you put there's no one in disable device? Or
I
for a
did
rank,
put
I mean. Oh, maybe it hasn't refreshed yet.
Wait.
I see
Okay, listen. What you just did is you made it a class skill.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
there we go. Yep.
I explained, if you scroll to the top of this table, it shows you where
No,
the
you're
rank-
right. I remember. Yeah, you're
Okay,
correct. You're
okay.
correct. Yeah, the second column is class skill, right?
So type that I try to unlock the box and roll.
But you do see a 1 in the rank box, right? Because I still don't. So
I
just to
just
make sure.
put it. I just put it there. You don't
Okay.
see it? Okay.
No, I don't. I remember this happened before.
Close it and reopen it.
Yep. No, it's still empty. The total is +1. Is that correct?
What's that?
The total says +1, so is that the correct or should it be +2?
That's what it says to me. Is that what it's saying to you? You know
Yeah, it
what?
says
I'm
+1.
gonna roll for you. Just type there.
Yeah, like I attempt to
Yep.
disable the lock. Okay.
Okay, and I'll roll. Oops. You shouldn't have let the DM roll.
So I was thinking, yeah, and then there's that evil little goblin dude.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
true.
he's bad luck. Yeah, it still has my name, but then it has his icon instead of mine. Yeah, I guess, yeah, because the DM did it.
Okay, let me now pull out the description. I just want to see what it says. Like, for example, can you try again? I think you can't. Can you try again? Varies.
Yeah, let me check.
It says you can retry checks made to open locks. So what does that mean? Like,
It gets harder, I think.
I think you're allowed to do
there's
things like
there's a cumulative penalty, I think.
Okay, I can't hear all of you guys. Done.
I think there's a cumulative penalty, but I don't remember offhand. I'd have to double check. Where it just gets worse the more you try it.
I see. In this box that I'm seeing in the description of the disabled device, it says you can retry checks made to open locks. Restriction rules. If you have deft hands, do you have deft hands? Probably not, right?
No, I don't.
Oh, here's what it is. I see it. Okay, if it fails by 4 or less, you failed but can try again. If you fail by 5 or more, something goes wrong. That's a trap, though.
Yeah, that's just for. It just clearly says try again. You can retry. Yeah. You can retry checks made open locks. It's talking about traps. Like if you really screw up a trap, it can blow. But if it's a lock, you can just keep trying.
Yeah.
But then can I just take? I can just take 10 or take 20.
In the open lock section, it says try again varies. You can retry checks made to disable traps. So that's trap. But you can retry checks made to open locks. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I just saw that before. I told you, but that does not sit well with me. That means that the hardest lock in the universe, as long as it's within your range of the key of your roll, then you can just get it unlocked. So it would only be a problem in the middle of battle where you would lose a round.
When it's
so
a time
outside
limit.
of that, it doesn't make much sense to me. I really need to see more.
Or if the DC is really high. I know there's a section about taking 10 or taking 20. Like you can spend a game, like an hour in game time to guarantee that you'll roll a 20 or whatever, but it just takes a very long time. So it's just, it's wasting time. But you're right.
Another thing, the DC, it gives DCs to open locks, but it says if you do not have Thieves' Tools, the DC is increased by 10.
Oh, that's a fair point. I highly doubt I have any.
You need Thieves' Tools, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I don't even think I can do this without tools.
Okay, so hold on a sec. I'm gonna see how
Maybe
much.
They have someone in here. There's some Thieves' Tools.
No. Yeah.
We're gonna say, guys, come on. We're gonna just say that since we're saying that he had.
Yeah, the campaign I started out in, there was a rogue, so I didn't consider this aspect of my character.
I understand, but since you were saying that now you had this from the beginning.
Right.
The tools cost 30 GP. Do you have that money?
I think so. Let me check.
Yes. So I'm gonna drop this in your inventory.
Yep.
These tools common, and I'm gonna remove 30. Okay, so now you have 35. So now you don't get the 10 penalty. Yeah. If it fails by 4 or less, you'd have failed, but of course it talks about traps. So you rolled 6. The way that I'm reading it now is that because he failed by more than 4. So it sounds to me that just basically means he's not good enough to He's not good enough. And and in 2E rules, he would be allowed to reroll if something changed drastically, like his skill went up, or he got a kind of tool that helped him. Like, for example, now he has normal Thieves tools. If he got Masterwork Thieves tools, I think they give him a bonus, and that would allow him. So I'm saying by 2E rules, if we're playing 2E, something would have to drastically change in the numbers, or not drastically, any change in the numbers means you can roll again. But if there's no change, you can't roll. And yeah, it seems. Well, let's just do one quick Google
Yeah.
Pathfinder retry unlock, for example. There's a thread from 2009. Two people seem to say that you can take 20 if there's no you can assume that you roll 20 if there's no time limit and no recourse for failure, because some of these things explode. So as long as it's not one of these things. Another guy has a house rule, 3 attempts per person. I don't like that's bullshit.
The take 20 is pretty common in Pathfinder and D&D 3rd edition. Take 10 and take 20.
Take 10 or take 20, yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of get what he's saying. Is that implies that basically if it's the DC is 20 or below, you're guaranteed to succeed. It just still take a while. But if it's above, then obviously there's no way to succeed. I mean, if that's how the game works, I don't know. But I feel like there should always be some kind of punishment.
Would mean that he could get 22, right?
Yeah, it would be.
You're right. Like roll a 20 and then add the modifiers.
No, that's only really possible because he has the lockpicks. Because if he didn't, it would be a DC 10 higher. So without lockpicks, even with a take 20 might not work depending on the lock.
Yes, some of them might not. So basically, because this locks the DC is 15. So this means that the adventure writers wanted the lock to be unlocked by somebody. If you had no disabled device, if you had nobody in your group with disabled device, there would be no way for you to unlock this thing. Unless the key is somewhere in the colony and you can find it. Unless. So, they put it at DC 15. That's fairly, it's not that hard. It's not easy, but it's not that hard. It's a normal difficulty.
It's not like a special lock or anything. It's just...
No, it's not a super thing.
Yeah.
So, and like I said, in that thread from 2009 was just after Pathfinder, I think, was
the
released,
first. Right, yeah.
Let me see what the thread says. Yeah, it's in a forum that's called Pathfinder and Starfinder. Obviously, in 2009 there was no Starfinder, so they must have renamed the forum later. Are they even... Okay, I'm going to put the thread for you guys in the Discord. And we have about half an hour, right, Dan?
Yeah, about.
Okay. So we should be able to resolve this. So if you want to check the thread, it's in the Discord. And
yeah, in the taking 20 section of the core rulebook, it mentions a common take 20 skill includes disabled device when being used open locks. It's specifically
tell me the page.
Yeah, I'll copy and paste text, but it's hold on. 86.
But it says as long as there are no threats. How would you know if there's threats? That's the thing. Like I would have to spoil for you what happens with the box. Right?
Take it somewhere safe and then try it.
Yeah, but what if the box is gonna explode if you
Yeah, it's a
if you-
trap. Then it's not. It's different, right?
Yeah,
So-
then there's a trap that we haven't
Right. Then you
noticed.
can't. Then you can't take 20. Then.
Yeah.
No, but what does it mean you can't take? How do you know? Because I'm not gonna tell you if it's trapped.
Well, I'm saying he would attempt it, and since he didn't check for tracks, it would just be like triggered, I guess.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You'd have to check for traps first.
You'll be automatically triggered.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what is the okay? What is the other option? The other option is he just keeps rolling. If he wants to be careful, what would he do? He would not say I take 20. He would just keep rolling, right?
Well, if he wanted to be careful, he'd have to check it for traps, I would imagine.
Okay, but what if he fails to check for it? Or if it's a bad check? What if you want to be extra careful? And even if he's checking for traps and he say, okay, there's no traps, and then
Then I guess he would have to make an actual roll. Like he'd have to
Yeah.
roll normally.
yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. So it doesn't make any sense to take 20 ever unless the GM specifically tells you take 20. It's okay. But why would I tell you this? Because then there would be no suspense.
Yeah, I mean, the way they were it too is they said if you take 20, it assumes your character will fail many times, so therefore your character will automatically incur any penalties for failure. So in other words, if I took 20 and this was trapped, it would explode, like
Exactly,
guaranteed.
exactly.
Yeah, I know. So what you're saying is that why would you take that risk to take 20 when that could be the result?
I mean, I guess if the player is relatively certain it's safe, they could just do that and see what happens, I guess.
Okay. In case I have already told you the DC. It's 15. You're all the ones 6. Let me ask you something, Dan. So every trap, yeah, I remember, especially Pathfinder. Every trap has its own. They actually have a whole chapter on traps, and so traps have different. So you rolled a 6, and there's no trap going on. I think you should just keep rolling unless you want to take 20. But you know, either of them, or you can just put it in your backpack. Do you even have backpacks? I don't think you have backpacks.
I think we do.
Rucksack or something.
No, yeah,
It would
but-
be in the inventory.
Yeah, they're not in the inventory, so that's another thing we have to fix. I'll fix it.
I have a backpack. I have a backpack. Yeah.
You have everything because you made your own character.
Yeah, come on, Dan.
I have bedroll, backpacks, blankets. I got everything.
Yeah, it's a convenience store. You can start one in Azlant.
Hey, it's better to be prepared. We're going on an expedition.
Well, it seems like I can take 10 without any repercussions, but I don't think that would be high enough to succeed. I'm guessing the DC is higher than 10 plus my
so
modifiers.
Just roll. Basically.
Okay. Beautiful.
Yay.
Now you've been cursed by my dice gods.
Are you gonna roll again or what?
Yeah, sorry, I was just being distracted. There we
Hey,
go.
there we go.
Okay, so now I have to see how I'm gonna describe you what is inside. It is a dragon, of course.
Obviously.
Another thing is that Jameson's going to have to get used to using detect magic more and doing it on his own initiative. So that in the other groups, in the War for the Crown group, and yeah, basically in the War for the Crown group, they Chev casts detect magic all the time, and it makes sense. I mean, you want to check, is the box magical? You want to start thinking like that. You have infinite detect magic spells. You don't want to cast detect magic on every pebble, on every grain of sand in the colony, but something like a box like this, if you knew that it was magical, if you tested it, you knew it was magical, maybe you would have treated it differently. Or if you know that it's not magical, or there's no magic inside, etc., etc. So first I will describe, because now you've opened the box anyway, it doesn't matter. But next time you find something like this, really the first thing you should be doing is casting detect magic, probably even before you search for traps, because there's no way for the detect magic to blow up in your face, whereas the traps might. So you may as well just do the detect magic. So
I like to inspect all this. Should I just put it in one statement? Inspect the vials and suit closely.
yeah, go ahead and type that.
Okay.
Control Enter.
Yep.
There's a whole suit in there. I was imagining a smaller box.
That's what I was thinking too. Is that maybe it's more sizable box than I
Yeah,
thought.
yeah. I was imagining something smaller,
It's
but
folded
that's the
too, but
description.
you could think of it as being like, I don't know, maybe 18 inches wide or something, and foot less than a foot deep. And it's folded up. I don't know.
Maybe that's the magic, the folding spell.
Yeah, what's
So
that?
let
Get
me
it
tell
all
you
in there.
something. Let me tell you something about this stuff. First of all, let's do this. Jameson, cast detect magic on them. Ask Jubal, give me the box, and
Is it worth it for me? I could change one of my spells to be detect magic. If that would be helpful at all, or I like giving Jameson something to do, so he could.
Look, first of all, you definitely don't need two people with detect magic. It's better to have more spells than twice the same spell. Second of all, detect magic depends on the ability knowledge arcana. So whoever has the highest knowledge arcana, let's check.
Yeah, his intelligence should definitely be way higher than mine, but
Knowledge arcana, he has +6, and you have.
yeah, +5.
Okay, so that's not a big difference. In fact, if
Could I
you
help
both-
him do it? Yeah, aid him. He'll do it, and then I'll aid him every time.
Okay,
Or something.
1 second, guys. If you both have detect magic, it's actually quite good, because if one of you fails the knowledge arcana check to find the school of magic, the other one is probably going to get it. Because the
Right.
chance of both of you failing And then you would know the School of Magic. However, knowing the School of Magic is not a huge. Let me see. It's the identify. Oh wait, yes. We learn how to identify stuff.
Yeah, I was reading this in the book. Like, if you couple it with identify, then you can figure out more than just the School of Magic. But you need to know both things. You know, you need to know how to identify and be able to cast detect magic. So I should learn the spell at some point. It's a level 0. I mean, I could swap it in now or add it in later.
Wait. But does Matthias know the identify? I don't think so.
I don't think so. No.
No, so you can identify without the identify. Just gives you a better, I think, a plus or something. It doesn't. You can identify with detect magic. We figured it out with the other group, but I forgot now. Look, right now, Matthias has a 1 in his inventory that he hasn't identified. I think presumably because he tried and failed. So if you memorize, if you got detect magic, I guess it has to be next time after you sleep. Then you can try.
I can't swap magics. I'd have to. This is something like I have to alter my character basically. I haven't cast. I could swap for a spell I haven't cast yet.
So the bard can swap for a spell you haven't
No, what I'm
cast?
saying is, you know, this is basically, in other words, this is like an alteration of my character. So this is the way the character's supposed to work. Is that I start with 4 0 level spells and then 2 1, and I can't swap any of them until I hit, I think, at least level 4, and then I'm allowed to swap 1. What I'm saying to you is that since I haven't cast some of these to keep the game canon, I could just swap 1 out. That's all I mean.
Okay. So which one you first of all, which ones haven't you?
I've only cast Dancing Lights once. That's the only time I've ever cast anything. So, maybe Prestidigitation. I don't think that's going to be useful.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Read Magic could probably, because I don't think Jameson has that, so I'll keep that just in case. Yeah.
Okay,
sounds kinda
let's
cool.
do
I
that
wanna
now.
keep that.
Delete spell. And the mode should be preparation. So, I wonder when I check detect magic, will there be different versions? No, there's only one version. It looks like it worked.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw you doing everything. It popped back in. It's all good.
So now it's standard mode. I have definitely forgotten how the identify works. We'll figure it out. Definitely, it's a huge boost to your group that you have 2 identifies. The other group has some items that they haven't managed to identify, and it's very unlikely that both characters with such big will fail. In any case, okay, so Jubal, type that. I hand the box over to Matthias. Let's get this going. Next time, you can do it in another way. You can do it first year, but now since he's typed it, let's just finish it this way.
Do you draw the circle?
So first, the circle to the left of detect magic. Okay. So that was a mistake. Find the detect magic. To the left of detect magic, there's a circle, right? Yes. First you cast that. First you hit that. That is supposed to take it out of your memorized spell. Of course it's level 0, so it doesn't come out, but it's still the correct way to do it. And then you hit cast. So first the circle to the left, and then the cast. Wait, why are you doing it twice? Jameson.
First.
Okay, your voice is breaking up again. Anyway, we can't hear what you're saying, but you don't need to do it twice, and you should do it in the opposite order. First, the circle to the left, and then cast. Okay, you've done it now. So let me just type. You need to do something about your mic, though. Really, you might need to buy a new one. Do some testing on your own when we're not playing, and yeah, I don't know. It's good to have a second mic anyway, because you're playing for 10 hours, and then what if in the middle it breaks? So if I was you, even if you buy like a $20 one.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Sorry, it's detect. That was a typo there. So, the box, there's nothing magical in the box, and that's why I'm having a bit of trouble. The swarm suit and the vials are not magical, but they're pretty cool. So I'm trying to think. Should I just tell you what they do? That's what I'm trying to figure out. How should I give them to you? How do you identify something non-magical? Would it have to be a craftsman?
Probably it would probably be related to some sort of knowledge skill,
Yeah, or craft, right?
craft, yeah, or a profession even in some
Or
cases.
profession. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm making a note because I have notes for every group. For your group, in the next identify one by Jubal. So in the next, because now we're almost done, and we don't want to spend the last 20 minutes of the game trying to figure out identify. Next time when we play, I will already have the identify rules so that Jubal can try to identify the one. And I'm pretty sure that Matthias has already tried. If he hasn't tried already, then he can try too. Right, Jubal, let me, and maybe. Okay. Some of these rules that come up a lot, I'm just gonna have to write them on my GM's notes so that I have them. Okay, so. I'm trying to figure out how to give you these two items now. Okay, the suit, I think I can definitely give you the suit. You can figure it out just by looking at it. Or maybe not. Let me see. Okay, as a starting point, I gave them non-ID names, and I'm dropping them in the party sheet. So look in the party sheet and tell me what you can read there. Don't take them yet.
Suit from Toolhouse, vial from Toolhouse.
Okay, so far we're good. I just need to figure out now what kind of profession or check or skill. Okay, I'm gonna make one of these items, check it, it's a swarm suit. And if you want to read the description, you can click on the
Ribbon?
ribbon, and then you can read the description. And I think that if you read the description, you'll see that it's not that hard to figure out what the thing does.
Yeah, I mean
So
the name gives it
we
away
could
too.
use this to check the cockroach place.
I don't know what the DR10 means.
That's damage resistance.
Oh, okay.
So unless they do like damage over 5, so unless they rolled like a 6 every time, I don't think. Then they would only do 1 point of damage or whatever.
1 point of damage. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. So talk about between yourselves about the suit and decide who's going to take it. And in the meantime, I'm going to tell you about the vials. I'm going to figure out how many vials. Okay, so guys, I put a link in the Discord which says, how do you identify alchemical items? And there's a bunch of suggestions there. And the guy at the bottom seems to have the best suggestion. I'm gonna copy paste it. There's another guy that has a more.
Yeah, that seems to make sense.
There's another guy that, because you have to be trained in this, right, in the alchemy, and I don't think any of you has it. But there's another guy. I'm just gonna put it there. Check that out. So, if any of you has craft alchemy, which I don't think so, then we can go that route. If you don't have a craft alchemy, it's basically sort of up to you, apparently, from what this guy says. It sounds reasonable. It's up to you to suggest.
And acknowledge nature makes sense. Assuming it has something to do with.
By the way, yeah. Well, let's put it this way: you guys don't know the nature of the flask, so you can, if you're trained in, or if you know, if you have any of these skills listed there, you can just try a roll, and I'll think about it. You can roll without even. You can type. I examine the flasks, and then just immediately roll whichever of these rolls you want to.
Okay. Yeah, I guess they're in my position, so I'll try first. Thanks. I think bards can make knowledge.
Listen, knowledge checks that are untrained means you can only go up to DC 10.
I think bards can make knowledge checks on train though, so I don't think that applies.
Yeah, sometimes they can, but under special circumstances.
Can you find that for me? I want to read the whole about bards.
Yeah.
The whole.
Yeah, let me take it up.
And that's going to be the last thing we do. Well, we have a couple of minutes. Just if we can resolve these flasks during these couple of minutes. And also if you can decide who's going to take the swarm suit. It's okay. If you need more time, that's fine. We leave the items on the party sheet.
I could always pack the swarm suit into my backpack, and we can take it with us.
Yeah.
If we can't decide. I'll say that.
It actually stands for whoever can actually hurt the swarm to take the suit.
Well, yeah, but until we figure out how we can hurt them, I might as well
Yeah.
just put it in the backpack.
Yeah, you can just hang on to it, and then we'll figure that out. So I think what's going on is that maybe I can make the check untrained. However, that penalty that you mentioned, I think, may apply to me because it is an untrained skill for me. I'm allowed to do it, but
Can you find for me where it talks about bards and untrained?
yeah, I put it in the Discord.
Oh,
Yeah.
Discord.
One of their abilities, I think.
Yeah, it's just one simple sentence. Doesn't really describe it in detail.
Okay, so you can make all knowledge checks, skill checks untrained. Adds half his class. So that means you have a +1 on all knowledge skills already.
Yeah, we accounted for this before, I remember. At least for the knowledge skills that we filled out. If I ever roll a new one, we'll have to make sure it's applied appropriately.
I think we put it in miscellaneous.
Yeah, I see it. All the knowledge ones, they all have +1
Yeah.
miscellaneous. Yeah, we did it already.
So
There's so many
that
magical
means-
numbers.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that means
Yeah.
you rolled 6. And now I have to decide, that's knowledge nature. I have to decide if this flask So, craft alchemy, you need to be trained, right?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, no, it says you can do craft skills untrained.
Really?
Yeah, I just hold on. I always check the website, then I also check the book. Should stick with one or the other.
It says that the craft skill is specifically for crafting. If nothing has been crafted, you probably should be rolling profession. And profession is trained only. And you have a -2 because of your wisdom, and you're not trained. So it doesn't sound like you can. It really doesn't sound like you guys should know about this flask. We're gonna have to leave the flasks unidentified, and I'm gonna have to do some more research on them. So I'm gonna make a note for myself to do some more research. So decide. There's 2 flasks. Decide who gets the flasks. Either one person gets 2 of them, or 1 and 1. If you divide them, then one person just grabs the blue ribbon, and then another person grabs the blue ribbon again, and that's it.
So if I drag the blue ribbon right now, it will only drag one of them, not both.
Exactly. If there were
Okay.
20 of them, you'd have to drag 20 times. I don't know if there's
Is
a
it
way to...
shift click or something?
Yeah, don't try it. Don't try it.
Yeah.
Okay, so party sheet is empty. And if you want to take a couple of minutes to decide, well, what are you going to do with the swarm suit? You can do it, or we can just call it a night.
Put it in the backpack for now, until we figure out who can do damage to the cockroaches.
Is there
how-
a way to put something in the backpack, or is it just in your inventory?
It doesn't really say. It just says carried. Carried or
way,
equipped
your
or...
backpack is not even carried.
Oh, it should be.
Lots of
weird.
things are not carried, so you might want to make them all carried.
Oh, that's weird.
So I have to research vials, ID, vials. Keep in mind that the ship has all kinds of specialists. So whatever you can, if you can reach the ship, because of the dragon. Well,
I'm gonna have to get going, guys.
Yeah, we call it a night. All of you should log off before I log off, just so that no information gets lost.
Should I cut the stream now?
Yes, cut all the streams.
All right.
And if I zoom out, I think you have explored